Good morning. I hope you're all well and ready for a really great day. My name is Rose Davidson from rosedavidson.com and welcome to Talking with the Experts Online Global Summit for 2022. Today I have a huge range of guests coming on. I've got Paul Glover, Sharon and Hank Yuloff, Natasha Bazilevych, Linda Reed Enova, Ruth Stutchen, Cass Bell, Isha Patel, Angela Cedrin, Dr. Raman K. Atri, Tony Demetriadis, and Fur Whale. And it is going to be an absolutely amazing day. I just cannot wait to hear what everyone has to share. It's going to be awesome. Just to let you know that if you want to access to all of the replays from the last 3 days, you can access them in the Talking with the Experts Online Global Business Summit VIP group. And here you'll have lifetime access to all of the videos and to the gifts that the presenters have generously donated. You can register on Eventbrite. Just look for Talking with the Experts Online Global Business Summit for 2022, and you'll find the tickets there, and you just click upgrade to buy your VIP ticket. And yeah, as I said, you get lifetime access to all the videos, any materials that are put in there, and and the generous donation of gifts by our presenters. Life is a little challenging today. It's Thursday here in Australia. It's now 9:23 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. So wherever you are watching from in the world, I hope you are going to have a splendiferous day. Yesterday was packed full of information from our presenters. We had Kathy Nesbitt, who was discussing laughter. It was an amazing thing, and she showed us how to do some tapping and why it's really good for us to be able to do. And Charlene Lynch talking about work less, earn more, and Amanda Heel, she was amazing. She's just awesome about overcoming uncertainty. Ali Sugars talked to us about becoming a passionate and confident leader. That was an amazing presentation. Thanks, Ali, for that. Zarina Robertson discussed a bit with us about how to get a magnetic brain, and it was more to getting yourself out there than what meets the eye, really. And it was a very informative presentation. Leela Limonovsky talked to us about Chinese astrology. Susie Manley talked about building an online community, and that was full of information and lots of little hints and tips on how we can better be social media friends with everybody that we come into contact with. We had a presentation from Bruce Wade, all the way from South Africa, was talking about stories and how they can help with effective marketing. And then we had Verna Haywood. She was supposed to come on. Unfortunately, she was waylaid and couldn't make it, but she said that she's going to do a live into the VIP group on personal branding. So I look forward to looking at that when that happens. So just waiting for my first guest, Paul Glover, who's going to be discussing the 10 essential traits of post-pandemic leaders. And yeah, now that we're all getting back to some sort of new normal, I guess that we can look forward to a different way of doing things in the world. And yeah, so his conversation, his presentation will be enlightening, if to say the least. I'm just going to fix up my my pad here so that I can keep track of the comments as they happen in the Facebook group when it loads up. I hope the weather's kind to you where you are at the moment. It's very overcast here in Hobart, Tasmania, in Australia. We are expecting a rain dump all around the country today. So my thoughts go out to the ones that will be immediately affected, especially on the east coast of Australia, as if they haven't already endured enough flooding in this past year. It's just seems to be never ending. I think most places on the east coast have endured at least 3 flood events this year. So yeah, a fourth one I think will just be devastating. The ground is so sodden that there's nowhere for the water to go now. There's no capacity for it to soak into the ground. So yeah, so thinking of you all, and hopefully it's not as bad as what they're predicting. What else? Hmm. I hope you've all been enjoying the summit so far. It's been well, I think it's been absolutely awesome. I have so enjoyed all of the speakers that have been on the last 2 days, and I'm so looking forward to um, hearing from the speakers from today. And yeah, it's I'm going to be having another one in March, so the 14th to the 16th of March. So yeah, I'll be sending out emails soon to some people, and hopefully they'll come on, and we can get another one underway. I think they're holding 2 a year, so one in March and one in October. So I think they're it's the first time I've run a summit, and I really enjoyed the process. And yeah, I'm looking forward to doing it again in March. Let me see. Let's sing a song. Baba, black sheep, have you any wool? No, we won't go there. I'm going to be a granny in about a month's time. My son and his partner are expecting their first child, so I'm really excited about that. Talking with the Experts podcast has 2 special guests coming on. And I have been chasing them for about 6 months, and they have both agreed now to come on. I am so excited. So look out for updates about who that might be, and when they'll be coming on the podcast. They not just your ordinary meat and potatoes. I'm not saying that my guests are meat and potatoes, but I'm just saying that these people, two people are 2 of my favorite podcasters, and they're well known in the industry. So I am so chuffed that they have agreed to come on talking with the experts. Yeah, so looking forward to that. Let me see. I think let me see. Someone put something in the chat for me so I can talk. Can't Ali's here, or Ali's put a like on it, so I hope she's watching. Hey Ali, how are you? If you're still here. And yeah, I loved your presentation, love your slides. Whoever made them did an awesome job. They were so colourful and just so on brand. I thought they were absolutely amazing, and your presentation was wonderful. So if you are watching from outside of the group, then please invite people in so that they can watch the full day's proceedings. And yeah, I'm looking forward to talking to all of my guests today. I'm running out of things to say. It's not like me to be quiet, but yeah, it's an interesting thing. Now, I was reading the news today. Facebook has put another change into our feeds where you can see more of people that you interact with, or that you know, their pages that you've liked or followed. I noticed it under my reels this morning when I was looking through, and you can actually see more. So I don't know, I didn't click into it, but yeah, apparently, yeah, if you interact with people or groups or whatever on a regular basis, you can actually see more rather than having to leave the newsfeed. So I don't know what that's about, but it'd be interesting. It's another distraction for us, I guess. With Facebook, they make so many changes that it's hard to keep up with them all. So I'm going to give you a presentation on effective PowerPoint presentations. So it's been branded in the previous business name that I had. So it's quite an old slide deck, but you'll get the idea of it anyway. So I hope you enjoy it. It's been a while since I've done one of these, and so please bear with me whilst I present to you how to make an effective PowerPoint presentation. So there is a science behind PowerPoint presentations. So what makes a PowerPoint presentation effective, and why are some PowerPoint presentations described as being highly engaging and others are known as, you know, death by PowerPoint? You know those ones, don't you? You sit there and you're bored all the time. The methodology that you use when using PowerPoint is really crucial, because your PowerPoint presentation will shape how your content is received, and PowerPoint is an important tool when used correctly, and it's been scientifically proven to increase the persuasiveness of your message. However, the problem lies in the fact that PowerPoint is quite often not used correctly. So the first scientific principle is it's called the human brain has limited cognitive abilities. So really what it's saying is that scientific research has confirmed that the brain only has a limited space to absorb all this information, because we absorb so much in single one day. So it's been agreed amongst the science community that if you overload the brain with too much information or visuals or whatever, then, you know, the brain just shuts down and people get bored. So a typical PowerPoint contains nearly 40 words, and the wordiness of some of the PowerPoint slides that I've seen, you know, it takes away from the message. And so PowerPoint should be used, words should be used sparingly on slides. So it's not like a novel. When you read it, it's just the points and then the speaker speaks to them. And the second principle is that pictures mean more than the words. People will remember the graphics that you use more often than not than the words that are on the slide. People that seem to absorb visual content more than they absorb the words that you are saying, or the words on the screen. So it's a bit like, you know, when you read a storybook, you remember the pictures, but you don't necessarily remember the words. So best PowerPoint presentations shouldn't be remembered. They should fall in the background, so that people should be remembering what you are saying rather than the information that's on the slides. So, you know, please don't have a lot of, you know, a lot of text. Don't make sure that they flow. And what I'm trying to say is that you need to, yeah, just make your presentation more engaging than the PowerPoint slides. But in the same token, don't make your slides boring because people will just shut off. So what makes a PowerPoint presentation effective? Well, it's knowing how to use PowerPoint firstly, and so there's not a lot of glitches, and that you know what the controls and things are. And making a good presentation needs to hit all the goals as well as delivering it effectively. So it's important that that the overall aesthetics of the slide match the message that you're trying to deliver. So firstly, you need to prepare to win. So what that means is that if you research, plan, and prepare professionally, you can deliver the right message to your target audience. If it's designed correctly, with points that are illustrated and visually stand out, so people get the gist of what you're trying to say, without overwhelming your audience, and not unnecessarily complicating your message, I guess. And practice makes perfection. So you need to rehearse your timing so your points land as practice with your live audience, because you're not meant to be reading from your slides. You're meant to be just using the slide presentation as a backup to what you're speaking about. All right, why isn't this showing? Did I show share screen? No, I didn't share screen. There we go. My bad. You also need to deliver your presentation with poise and things. You need to present in a relaxed manner. So, do your deep breathing before you get on the stage or in front of the camera or whatever the fact may be. If you are calm and collected, then your audience will be calm and collected. But you need to also be, enthusiastic, and use your tonality and use your gestures and things in the right manner. And obviously it's got to be free from mistakes. I noticed a couple of presentations of late have had spelling errors in them, and that really annoys me. I'm a bit of a nerd when it comes to spelling mistakes and grammatical errors. So yeah, that's that's it. It's really important that you are aware of, and make sure you do a spell check and read through your slides. Make sure that it hasn't got cheesy clip art like this one, because it miscues your message, and don't read directly from your slides, and look at preparing your presentation, and how to design it. And it's really good to set out an outline in the first place so that you know how you want your slides to look, and so all the information flows. Know your stuff, know your topic, your subject, what you're going to be talking about, because it's not just about your slides. Your slides, as I said previously, are just a reinforcement of what you are actually talking about. Write it out. Make sure you write it out. Write out your text, your what you're trying to say in a Word or Google document, and create a storyboard or script, so that you can practice the words to what your presentation, and then align the slides to that, and highlight what's ever important. Normally a presentation covers the most crucial pieces of your verbal presentation, so you need to be working on to make sure that your slides align. And so just pick the key topics, and anything else just put it in the appendix, or at the end, or offer an ebook or something like that. You need to know your audience, so when you walk into the room, or you need to know who's actually in the room. So if you've got medical professionals in the room, you're not going to be wanting to talk to them about SEO or any of those other things. So make sure that your presentation and your slides align to who you're giving your presentation to. It also needs to, you need to know what their fears, their wants and their desires are, because that's how you can tailor your presentation to fit your audience. And yes, you need to rehearse and make sure that you know the cues, the word cues to change slides, or press the click button or whatever that may be, so that your message and your slides are congruent. Keep your slides really simple. So if your slides aren't designed very well, it can be disengaging and distracting. Make sure that your font is, large enough to be read from the back of the room. As I said, there's no spelling or grammatical errors. So keeping the slides simple, and when you're designing your slides, keep in mind that less is more, and a cluttered slide is distracting because they're too busy reading the slide and not paying attention to what you are saying. So, they're worried about which part of the slide should they focus on. Should I read the slide or should I pay attention to the presenter? So that's always really important. Limit the words on your slides too. So again, less is more. Minimize your words on there and then talk to the points on the slides. So, and use high quality photos and graphics. It's people are more likely to take you seriously if your presentation is visually appealing, and users will view attractive design as more usable, and they will be more engaged with you if your slides are appealing, basically. You can use graphics but use them sparingly. This graphic here that's on the screen now, really, what does that tell anybody? Nothing really. It doesn't. It's too busy. So make sure that your graphs and charts are easy to follow. They're not cluttered like that one, and that your audience can actually get and understand what you're trying to convey to them. And make sure that you use high quality fresh templates. People have been using a lot of templates the same over and over and over again, and something from the 1980s probably isn't relevant today. So make sure that you update your templates, your slide templates, on a regular basis. Use appropriate fonts, and what that means is that it's don't use calligraphy type fonts. Use something that it's easily readable, and people aren't squinting at to understand what the words are on the slide. Make sure that you choose your colors well. Branding is great. Use your brand colors as long as they're easily readable from a distance, and they're not blurry or anything like that. And keep your formatting really clean and really simple. Make sure that you read through your slides and you review any accompanying documentations to make sure that they are aligned with each other, so that people can relate more easily to them. So make sure that people are relating to your message and not your slides, because that's important. As I said, the points on the words on the slide should be only points, and you should be addressing those points when you're giving your presentation, rather than putting all of the blurb on the slide. It's too much. Make sure all your objects are aligned. There's nothing worse than having misaligned fonts or, or words on their paragraphs. Well, paragraphs are a no-no, but you understand what I'm trying to say. So make sure they're all aligned, and limit your punctuation. There really is no need for punctuation, and, don't, try not to use exclamation points if you can, unless it's something that's really important that really needs an exclamation mark. So don't use any of those things. Quote marks obviously are okay, but I would use a graphic for those so that it sort of stands out, that people know that it actually is a quote. And avoid over formatting your points. And there's no need to to make every word of every bullet point capitalized. You can have all your bullet points in title case. You can have them in lowercase. It really doesn't matter, but it is advised that you use numbers or arrows or something rather than bullet points, the dot itself, because it just makes the slide look a lot better. It's easier to read. Delivery really is probably the most important, much more than the actual content. So again, practice your presentation tips. So rehearse. Practice with a timer, so that if you've got 30 minutes to speak, just make sure that your presentation only goes for 30 minutes, because you may be impinging on the next speaker's time, and then that will snowball through the entire entire day. So the presentation or the whole seminar or whatever it is that you're presenting at will be behind schedule, and that won't make the organisers very happy. Remember to speak slowly. Don't rush through and blah, 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 so no one can understand what you're saying. Make sure that you slow down your speech and that you are intentional with your words. So and so make sure that when you're giving your presentation, make sure that your pauses aren't too long or too short. Are you speaking slowly enough, or are you speaking too slow, like you're half asleep? And don't use a monotone voice, because nobody wants to listen to that, and that's really boring. And we all know that we don't like to listen to our own voices when it's been recorded, but it's helpful if you record your presentation, even just an audio, so that you can make sure that, you can get your words down right. You've got the congruency between the slides and what it is that you're presenting. And you can adjust the times accordingly so that you're within your time span. Pause more often through your presentation, so it allows the main points to be emphasized and for the information to actually sink in. So don't rush through your points. Have a bit of a breath. So pause more often, have a bit of a talk about that, then have a pause, and then go on to the next one, so that you're not rushing through. People can absorb why they need to pause more often in their presentation. Record yourself, as I stated in the previous slide, and critique yourself, and maybe get someone else to listen through it too, and give you some feedback. And it's always advisable to choose 3 focal points in the room, so left, centre, right, rather than just looking. I mean, it's a bit different when you're online. You can't be looking around. It's a bit silly. But if you're in a personal, in a live presentation in a room with other people, then people will think it's creepy if you just keep staring at the same spot. So make sure that you shift your eyes, around the room, so people people think you're engaging with them, and they'll engage back with you. So take time to just direct your delivery to the left, and then go to the center, then go to the right, then go to the center, and go to the left, and just swift your gaze around, so it looks like that you have an interest in the people in the room. Make sure that your sentence length is, varied. So have some short sentences, have some long sentences, but don't make your sentences, really like a novel. People want short, sharp content. They don't want really long, drawn out stuff. So, make sure that your content matches your presentation, and modulate. Don't talk in the monotone voice, as I said previously, or don't go squeaky, no. Use your normal voice, but make sure that you emphasize stuff and you use, modulation and tonality. And there's nothing worse than listening to a boring monotone voice. And I told that I've got a sour bitch face when I present. So I need to get out of that, smile more, and have more energy. Practice in front of the mirror is always a good thing. So whilst you're practicing your presentation without your slides, practice in front of the mirror so that you've got your body language, it matches what you're trying to say, so that you're not, using gestures that don't match the points that you're trying to do. So if, something that I've learned, that if you are going to pause and you've got a gesture, hold that gesture while you pause, because people will know and expect that you're going to be saying something else. So there's just little points to remember. So yeah, if you look like a goon in front of the mirror, chances are that you'll look like a goon on the stage. So yeah, practice makes perfect. Use presenter mode, as I have done here, because no one wants to see the the slides down the side of your presentation. They want to see the whole screen. Yeah, it only allows for the presenter to read the notes, a bit like I'm doing here today, because I haven't given this presentation in about 2 years, so I've forgotten half of it. So presenter mode, especially if you're online, is really beneficial, because you can have a bit of a cheat sheet there, and you can get your points across for each of the points on your slide. And always practice with a new audience. So when you're running a webinar or whatever, practice, record yourself. Just get on Zoom or Loom or Vimeo or something, and just record yourself going through your presentation, so that you know that the slides will match your message. You're not running over time, because there's nothing worse than running over time in a presentation at all, because especially if there's ones that are coming after you. And some tips to step up and deliver at presentation time is actually take a deep breath. It's been proven to relieve stress. It's simple to do, and it will help you remain calm in the moment as well, even up to the last minutes before you actually start presenting. The hair in my eye, it's annoying me. Lighten up your mood. So tell yourself a joke, watch a funny video. Research has shown that that happy people were more productive. More productive is more focused and able to perform better. So yeah, make sure that you're going on stage and you're not all upset and sad and whatever. Try and find a way to lift your mood. Remind yourself to take it slow. When you're stressed or nervous or both, we tend to speak a lot faster. And so consciously take deep breath and remind yourself to take it slow. If you picked up during your presentation that you are speaking too quickly and people can't understand what you're saying. And the one that I really don't like this saying, but it's true: fake it until you make it. You always go forward with confidence. If you act confident, you'll start to feel more confident, and move slowly, with grace, speak clearly, smile, wear something nice, and you'll appear confident, and all the attendees, no matter how you feel internally, will think that you are, just the most confident speaker out there. Don't use sound effects in your PowerPoint slide deck unless it actually has something to do with your presentation. So none of these swooshy noises when you're, moving between slides, or birdie tweets, or any of those other things, because they're really distracting. And to be quite honest, they are old-fashioned, and they are just so annoying. Well, I find them personally annoying. So I advise against using sound effects unless they are part of your presentation, like, playing a flute. You're showing someone how to play a flute, and you're showing them a scale or something, then maybe, yes, that would be appropriate. But, no choo-choo sounds or anything like that. Don't use flashy slide transitions either. Just keep it really simple. I used to use a really lot of flashy ones because I'm a bit of a flashy person. I like things that are, out there, but it's quite distracting when, you have transitions between slides. And even the animations on your screen, try to keep those to a minimum as well. And beware of the clip art that you get. Try not to use it. Try to use images, try to use graphics that align with the message that you're trying to give and the message on your slide. If you have to use clip art, then, use it sparingly. Don't read directly from your paper. That there's nothing worse than, a presenter reading straight from their paper or straight from the slide notes, because then, people think that you don't know what you're talking about. Again, from your note cards in your hand, try not to read. I mean, if you want to keep relevant points on there to remind you of what you want to say, that's cool. But don't, oh goodness me, don't read directly from your PowerPoint presentation, because if you spend your entire presentation reading, you're not paying attention to your audience. If you're not paying attention to your audience, they will get bored, they will disengage, and most likely they will walk out. When you are using PowerPoint and creating your PowerPoint, make sure that you have, they have a flow, they have a rhythm on that. Make sure that everything's aligned, and use the guides in PowerPoint. There are guides in there, rulers and so forth, so that you can, line your text up properly. Because when you open up a slide, there's usually a grid. So make sure that you use that grid so that you can make sure that everything is aligned properly. Use a few animations, but make sure that you use them tastefully. You can put them, throughout your presentation, but if each slide has an animation, people are more focused on the animation than they are on the words on the slide and the words that you're saying to them. So make sure that you only use a few of them, and make sure that you add a video to your PowerPoint. So when you got a huge idea and there's a really long presentation, a video between slides can break up the presentation and stop people from fidgeting in their chair and getting bored, because it's another type of visual effect that keeps their brain engaged. And so you can always embed them from YouTube. It's quite easy to do, and and make sure that you do put a video into your slide deck. Adding charts and graphs, as I went through before, it can help you tell a story about your data, but make sure that they're not busy, and that they can be understood from up the back of the room, and can be easily seen. Build your infographics using smart art in PowerPoint, unless you've got a program that you can copy and paste into it. Make sure that you're using infographics, and remember to use, as I said, use presenter view. And that's the end of that one. I hope you enjoyed that. Hello. My guests are here, Sharon and Hank Uloff, and I'm so grateful they've come early.
Well,
as I recall, that was the instruction, no?
yeah. We haven't spoken in way too long.
Way too long. It's been, I don't know, 3 years, I think.
Oh my goodness.
No.
Yeah, it'd be about
That is way
that, I
too
think.
long.
Yeah, it is far too long. Yeah, oh, you were going to fly me to America, but never happened.
COVID.
Yeah. Hey, tell you what, we're at the very longest in 2024. We're planning on being in New Zealand, so we're getting closer.
Oh, good. Yeah, that'll be fantastic.
But we do land in Sydney.
Okay, so we land in Sydney. Why don't we have lunch?
Yeah, right. I'll just fly to Sydney. That'll be fine.
Well, yeah, we will just take an 18-hour flight.
Place that. Yeah, no. You'll love it there. It's so pretty.
We're excited.
It's like I don't know. It's like the Rockies, or it's just very picturesque. It's lovely, beautiful mountains and water and all sorts of gorgeousness.
Awesome.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm a bit.
So are we? Wait a second. Are we live now?
It does say
We
live.
are live now. Yes.
Okay. I'll remember not to. Okay, I have to put up my don't swear card. All right.
That's it. Yeah. Well, my first guest piped, so yeah, he didn't turn up. So he was supposed to be on for an hour. So I gave a PowerPoint presentation, which was, not the best, because I hadn't given that presentation for a long time, and I forgot half what was in it. And
man,
I've just been playing music. So yeah,
we could have come on early. We've just been like
waiting. Yeah,
I know. I saw you. I went scroll through Facebook to see who I could, if I could.
I just wrote 4 elevator speeches for one of our clients, for a brand new client, and I'm just sitting here doing work.
Oh, good. That's good stuff. At least you're working. What time is it for you over there? Because you've moved now, haven't you? You're not in Arizona anymore.
We just moved to the eastern shore of Maryland. So if you're looking at a map of America, and they always show that picture and it says Washington, so you see the word Washington come out for Washington. We're under the G in Washington on that map.
So it's about 7:30 at night here for us.
Yeah.
It's just nearly 10:30 in the morning. So yeah. So good. So anyway, I'll let you introduce yourselves. It might be a good plan, because I don't have any bio for you.
Well, that's just spectacular.
How did that happen?
How did we not do that?
I don't know. I thought we did. Anyway, go ahead.
All right.
Doesn't matter.
Hey, everyone.
Anyway, this is Sharon and Hank Uloff from the United States, and we met when I first started podcasting, and they came on the Talking with the Experts, and we've kept in touch ever since. And they're an amazing couple of marketers. They're award winners, and they're very, very well known in America for their marketing. So take it away, Sharon and Hank.
Okay, let's do a more official intro. Let's see. We're a husband and wife team. We have worked together for 12 years, been married 31, been together a little longer than that. I started the company we're going in year 26, and it was fun, except every day we had that "How is your day, dear?" conversation.
We did.
And one of my clients needed some HR help, and I said, well, why don't you, I'm handling their marketing, why don't you come and deal with the HR part?
Human resources, in case for those that don't know what HR is.
Sorry. And at the end of that contract, it just seemed best that she doesn't go back to a job, and we just continue to work together. And I don't know about y'all, but getting to hang out with your best friend all day is an awesome thing. So we're small business coaches. You'd hear a lot of business coaches say that we work with small to medium size. Now we're looking for that solopreneur up to about 20 or 30 employees. We're the marketing department down the hall. The HR, the human resources department down the hall. The I don't know how to deal with my social media down the hall, or does my website suck, or all sorts of. We're the coaches. We're the ones that they call for. That they're really good at what they do, but they hate that. God, I got to go generate revenue part of it.
Can't I just show up and do it?
Yeah, can I just show up and do it? So we help them just show up and do it.
Our clients call us their easy button.
Anyway, we're going to be talking about the most effective ways to get your marketing ready for 2023, which is really interesting because, we're only like 2 months away from the end of the year.
And you're
Isn't that
even
amazing?
less farther away because you're like in tomorrow already.
Yes.
The jokes don't get better than that. Sorry, folks. It's yeah, it's we're prepping our clients. We have to talk about the R word for the first time in a long time. And we're seeing there's a possible recession. And what I hear some people say is, we refuse to participate. Well, that's like sticking your head in the sand. You have to be ready for an economic change in the weather. And
your clients are participating.
Yeah, they
are
definitely are. See, when COVID hit, we had a rapid acceleration of a lot of trends that were happening. People working from home, for example, that trend had been going up, but it was very much sped up. And some of the other things that happen, there's usually a couple of questions that your prospects ask before they write you a check. It's like, why you? Why not somebody else? What makes you special? What's in it for them? And there was always a fourth, another question, another part of it. It was do I really need to buy it all? And during COVID, we saw that a lot. Now, in the best example I can give you, people all of a sudden weren't going out to restaurants because they couldn't, and they were a little afraid to order in because people would bring it. So this little chain in America called Domino's Pizza invented this thing called contactless delivery. So all of a sudden they were able to answer that question. So when we've got that recession possible, this is a great time to start from the beginning. When we ask somebody who's your target market, what are they,
most of the time we get everybody or anybody. And the challenge is if you're messaging to everybody or anybody, nobody feels like you're actually talking to them. So you don't need to find one niche. You just need to know that this message is targeted at this type of customer, client, prospect. And what is that messaging that's going to attract them? You may have a different message for a different audience. But if you're trying to capture everybody with one message, nobody will feel like you're talking to them.
So this is a really good time. Take a look at your audience. Who your favorite. We phrase it, your favorite people to play with. Who are the ones that, wow, I would love to have more of those. And let's see, what do they have in common? Let's look demographically first. Look at some of the major demographics, age, sex, income, education, where they are geographically. There's a whole lot of demographics that can apply to your clients. And usually it's 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 for a particular, we call them Harriets. Marketers call them avatars, which I hate the word, but so we call her Harriet.
And we recommend that you do the same thing. Figure out what's that person, right? So you think about, okay, who's my favorite client? What's that client's name? And name that, so that then when you're crafting that message to them, you have their picture actually up in front of you and you're crafting that message for them.
And then there's the next step. there, in addition to demographics, there's another thing called psychographics. What's going on between their ears? Another way of phrasing it, they're going to look at you before they write you a check and say, what's in it for me? And that might have changed a little bit, but you have to look at what is in it for them. Why are they coming to you? And here's another way of looking at it. Human beings, we will run away from pain faster than we'll run toward pleasure. So what pain are you taking away? In other words, they don't necessarily want to take vitamins. They want an aspirin to get rid of their headache. So what headache are you taking away from them?
And you're probably not the only one in the world that could take away their headache. So the other part of that is, well, why are they going to come to you? Why you? What is that emotional trigger that you can trigger to get them to, oh, I need to work with her or him versus Jane Doe next door that claims to provide the same product or service?
Yeah. For example, a lot of our coaching clients, they come to us because they like the fact that it's a 2-for-1 deal. You know, we charge as if we were one coach, but there's 2 of us, and we can get double done for them. So that for us, it's a good benefit for us because we get to work together, and it's a good benefit for them because they get 2 heads because 2 are better than 1. So after, so when you've got your audience, you should also look at, and I hate to say it this way, are there parts of your audience that are a drag? You tell them what you're doing, they say, well, what's my price? And then they pay late. So that there's a good percentage of some of our clients that we all have that, it's okay to let them go. And then the time you take investing in them, you invest in your clients to help them, teach them how to get you more referrals. Because that word of mouth, that word of marketing, it's always the best. The challenge is in a recession time, we have to speed up that process. We have to very much dig into asking clients and figuring out, okay, how am I going to ask for referrals? And it varies by different businesses. And Rose, I know you've got a lot of people on. Later on, we'll give people away. They can get some free time with us, and we'll get more specific for them if they'd like it. And one of the other ways, you're going to have to market your business. And in order to do that, you're going to have to make time for it. So let's talk about calendaring their marketing a little.
Yes, by all means. You do need to block it out in your calendar for sure.
Sharon's better at that than I am.
It won't get done. A to-do list is great, but if you don't actually block it into your calendar, it just keeps getting pushed to, tomorrow, and then it never happens.
And part of the time it's okay, I have an hour today. Then there's, what's the principle called? The slight edge, where the one thing, or what's the one thing?
What's the one thing? If you were going to lose power in an hour, what's the one thing you absolutely positively must get done today?
And we find a lot of small business owners have that, a little bit of panic. Okay, where do I start? So, okay, you're going to pick one thing. What's the one thing? We have a client right now. The stock market in the US is doing weird things. It's going up and down a lot. And she's a financial planner, and she's having to market herself a lot more than she has. And she's feeling the panic, but some of it's there's a little bit of self-worth. When the market go down, she feels like it's her fault. It's like, oh, okay, wait. So we've had a whole lot of mindset.
Yes.
Yeah, we've had a lot of mindset conversations.
Expanding her comfort zone.
So remember, if we're in a recession, it's not your fault. So it's best for you to take that deep breath and know that you're really good at what you do, and find that one thing. So going into 2023, make that plan, block out the time, look at an audience. This is a wonderful time to I don't want to use the word cold call. because most people say, "Oh dear God, that's not me." This
They do that.
Yeah, this is a good time to sharpen all of the things that you're doing to make people want to raise their hand to say, "Hey, wait a minute, that's interesting." Because marketing is not sales. Marketing is the skill of getting someone to raise their hand and say, I see what you're doing. Can I ask a couple of questions? So that then they're opening the door for you to have that conversation. And frankly, most of us aren't doing enough of that. We go on social media for that once a week post.
Oy.
If you're on social media,
Yeah, that's not enough.
we would say every day is better. If you're on Facebook, especially once a day. If you're posting once a week on Instagram, that's not, or excuse me, on LinkedIn, that's great. But LinkedIn's own statistics say that if you post twice a week, you have 5 or 6 more times
audience
of audience and interaction than if somebody's posting once. So the incremental differences of increasing what you're doing. And when it comes to social media, this is a wonderful time to look at the stats that all of the platforms put out. Is your audience really playing there? We had a Pinterest person say, you really should be on Pinterest more often. Now, I'm sorry, people aren't on Pinterest looking for small business coaches. That's just not where our audience is. So we have a presence, but we spend way more time on LinkedIn and Facebook and Alignable, and we're going where our Harriets are playing.
Not only where they're active, but where are they actively looking for someone like us? So our audience might be on Pinterest, but they're not on Pinterest looking for a business coach. They're on Pinterest to look for recipes or design their home, or right. They're not looking for a business coach. So there's twofold, right? Where are they, and where are they looking for you?
Hey, can I go really deep on one point?
Do we have time?
Do we have time?
You absolutely do, yes. My
Okay.
next guest is not due till 1:45, but if she doesn't turn up, then you've got the floor till 11.
Okay, cool. Wow, we'll start pulling out, slide shows. I want to tell you something. Give you a story of what we did. We were running some Google ads, and when you're running Google ads, one of the things you need to do is go back and look at all the statistics that Google gives you. We kind of knew, because we're kind of decent at this, how to create our ads for the audience we were looking for in particular. There were 2 of our different audiences that we were targeting. But interestingly, by looking at the stats that Google gives you, we found an entire audience that we had no idea was paying attention to us. Age-wise, it was very different on the spectrum. Gender, very different on the spectrum. It's something that we're going to have to target and take a look at.
We don't have to, but
we want to. Yeah, we want to. I want to, because it's like, wait a minute, if there's an audience out there, because Google gives you these boxes. They show it in boxes, and the darker the box, the more people in those demographics. And there was a dark box in a corner that we've never seen. So look at the stats when you run ads. Don't just say, okay, it got me X amount of calls, so I'll do it again or do it not. Look at those stats. And if somebody's helping you with the ads, go through it with them. Because you find out information about an audience you didn't know was looking for you, and that's always fun. Let's see. We moved from Los Angeles to Sedona, Arizona, and now we moved to Maryland. But when we were moved from LA to Sedona, we decided it was a really good time to speed up some of the changes we were making in our business. We own a promotional product company, but that was becoming less important because us working together in coaching was way more important. So we were leveraging and changing how we did it. So we did a name change. And a year after that, we went and we're looking at the stats, and it turned out the name we picked was the wrong one, because people were searching for our name, Yuloff Creative, instead of the name we picked. So for the second time in 15 months, we rebranded completely.
We don't recommend that.
No,
It
no.
is doable, but we don't recommend it.
Yeah, it's expensive.
That's not one of the recommendations for 2023.
Please don't. Not a really good thing. The point was that we were looking at all of the analytics, and this may be a very good time for you to look. If your website's built in WordPress, it helps a lot. You go into the back and look at the analytics to see who's looking at your website and how long they're spending on different pages of your website. It's a good time if you're like us and you have several different URLs that you use that point to different pages in your website. We can track those and see how they work. We do a small business breakthrough bootcamp a couple times a year, and we have 2 different landing pages specifically to be able to gauge which messages are working, better than others. We just started running some radio ads in a new area because we're here in Maryland now. There was a radio station just offering a ridiculously affordable like a $1 something an ad. So I said, okay, we've never done radio, so we're going to try it. And we test it. Gosh darn it. I'm going to write down the word test, not try. I need a sign right over there. We're using a different URL to see how people, how they find us and if they sign up for free time with us. So we're going to be able to test how that works. When you're going into a downturn, testing what you're doing and looking at the results is really important. And any particular tactic that you've been using, it may stop working for a while. It may be time to add on some different things that you're doing. We still love direct mail. Interestingly, we don't see a whole lot of coaches promoting that. We see them all promoting just social media because it's really easy. But direct mail, if you're in the US especially, you have a postal person stopping at every one of your prospects' mailbox every day. And if you're doing your direct mail the right way, it's even better than them hoping they find it in their spam box.
For sure.
So there's some other tips. Okay, now how are we doing?
Keep going.
What else would you like to talk about?
Oh, I don't know. Let's talk about your website. Where can people find you, you lovely people, so that they can work with you? I've put your website link in the chat, but yeah, where else can they find you other than your website?
We're on every social media. You can find us at Uloff Creative. And by the way, if you're going on social media, as much as you can have the same name on every platform, really important.
Consistency is key.
Yeah.
You don't want to confuse those prospects.
If you'd like some time with us, go to howtogetttherefaster.com and you can book 30 minutes with us. That's the easiest way. We can take any of the things we said here, we can get more specific for your business.
And if you need help crafting that demographics, we do have a demographic chart that we use with our clients. So just ask us for it when you sign up at howtogetttherefaster.com.
Yep. In fact, let's do this. When you sign up there, let's have some more fun. We've written 7 different best-selling books on Amazon. Should we just do this for the live audience, or do you want to let it for the recordings? What do you think, Rose? Should we do live, or okay, we'll do it anyway. If you want any of our books, go to Amazon, look at the book you want, find our last name, Yuloff, pick the book you want, send us an email, info@Uloff Creative. You have to mention Rose. If you don't mention Rose Davidson, you don't get it. We'll send you back to Amazon. You got to buy it. But if you mention Rose, we'll send you not one, but two of any of the books you want. We'll send those off to you.
PDF.
But you have to mention Rose, because if you don't,
So that's
like,
your keyword. Your
yeah.
keyword is Rose.
Yeah, Rose sent us, or Ms. Davidson. You know, if you want to be
Formal.
Oh God, that's boring.
You know, we're gonna get on that cruise ship in New Zealand. You ought to come with us. It would be
Yeah,
fun.
that'd be so nice. I'd love that. Yes. Never mind. You've got to come on the podcast again. You haven't been
Anytime.
time. Yeah, all right. I'll send you a I'll
You
send you an email.
you asked. We'll pick any time. And now that we're 3 hours later, we can probably get closer to a better time for both of us.
Yeah, it was ridiculous before.
It was hard, yeah.
So yeah, we'd love to. Can't
So
wait.
tell me a little
And
bit
you
more
should- and-
about what sort of services does Uloff Creative Marketing provide to people, not just you know, what you've said, but I know you have a whole suite of services that you offer.
Our areas of expertise are marketing, sales, human resources, and office systems. Really anything that has to do with running your small business that's not digging into your finances and not looking at your legal issues and documents. Anything else?
Yeah.
We're there.
It's fun. We had a client ask us, or a potential client ask us, and we put together all of the different things we've done for people, and it's like 11 pages long of stuff.
Not
Yeah,
not
from-
every client needs
No.
all things on that list, and it's possible that you might need something that's not on the list, but it does give folks a good
Yeah.
idea of what our areas of expertise are.
We've designed logos for clients. We've done their, created their social media pages, YouTube channels. We have them come on our podcast. In fact, our podcast has changed, and you should come on it because it's really cool. Here's how it works. It's called the Marketing Checklist Viewcast. Everyone gets the same questions, and it's 7 minutes, 21 seconds long because our anniversary is July 21st. Now, I will tell you, one of us is a little chatty on the podcast, so sometimes they go a little long. One of
that
us
might be Hank.
One of us is a
Right.
little chatty.
Where's that bus pass?
Yeah. And it's a way of showing off. It's designed so that you can take the video and send it to your prospects and say, hey, I was interviewed on this show, and it makes you look really good, and it talks about what you do and how come you're so awesome. So if y'all want to come on that, you can. If you mention Rose, once again, send us the email info@Uloff.creative. I will say I want to be on your podcast. If you mention Rose, you get to come on. Otherwise, we're a little pickier. But if you mention Rose, that's your
ticket.
It's your ticket. It's that simple.
For
Oh,
sure.
you two were so generous. I mean, I remember the last time when you were on the podcast, you gave away this training course. It was like amazing.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that this time.
We just
Yay!
we just finished
Yeah.
finished it in September. The next one's not until March.
Yeah, that's
That's a long way away.
yeah.
It's not that long, really. It's only 6 months or something.
Yeah. But in making people put it on their calendar, it's hard.
Yeah, we won't.
They don't know what they're doing next week, let alone March.
No kidding.
No, yeah, that's true.
Oh,
Absolutely.
We're trying to. We might do one in December, and it's for our clients, and then we'd invite a few non-clients in. We're
We're not sure yet.
We're looking at our own plan for 2023 to see what we're doing. It's bizarre. You know what? Did you know that when you move 2,400 miles, you can't just do some of the things you were doing? We can't just pop into Los Angeles on a whim and do 3 speaking gigs in LA over 2 days.
No.
So things have changed.
Yeah.
In fact, look, we just booked it. We've been here 2 months. We've already met the governor of Maryland, the lieutenant governor of Maryland, and we booked our first 3 live gigs in Maryland. So we're just like a lot of the people listening. We're building our business, and so we're always out there marketing. That's the fun part. We don't tell our clients to do anything we haven't done unless we really haven't done it, and then we tell our clients, okay, we haven't done this, but we think you should do it. That's,
That's rare.
It's rare.
It does happen, but it's rare.
And now that we've done radio ads, we're rocking.
There you go.
Cool. Cool. Yeah, I'm about to, I'm still thinking about starting my online radio station. It's been put on hold because I'm a bit busy doing other things, but yeah, I'm thinking about starting one next year.
It's a challenge. I'll tell you, we had this idea for starting our own publishing company. And the thought was, we're only going to work with first-time authors of business books. And it was good. The idea was, if you needed some help in contracts, you'd pull the contract book off the shelf, or, so it was going to be 20, 30 different books. And that would lead to seminars, and that would lead, there's a whole plan. Turns out starting a publishing company is really time intensive. And there's a lot of expense that goes with it.
And really
as
would
investment.
have taken us away from coaching.
So we have it's this wonderful idea. And someday, I keep telling people, if somebody wants to do this, I'll just hand you the idea and you can run with it. But it's a lot of work. So in doing your own radio channel, just know there's a lot of work.
Kudos to you.
Hey, look, Linda's here.
Hello, everyone. How are we?
Awesome.
Better now that you're here.
Oh, that makes my morning. I've been watching you guys in the background while I've been trying to do some work. Hey, Rose, are you happy if I share this with BBB?
Yes, yes.
I figure I might just tell everyone to pop on over. What do you reckon?
That's a good plan.
Beautiful.
Did you know they sound funny?
No, I think they sound great.
No, you guys sound funny to us. I spent this morning with Canadians, so I say the same.
Should we talk a little bit? No, see, I can't do it. It takes me too long to get into it.
You've got to talk faster, guys. That's what I keep hearing.
Wow.
Well, Hank and Sharon, thank you so much for filling in the extra time for me.
Absolutely.
I love it. I love being with you anyway, because you're always so informative and you've got heaps to share. And I love Hank because he's just funny.
Reach out anytime, Rose. Happy to fill in.
Yeah, and I still love late night, whatever it is. I like that.
Yes, it's every night on Facebook. Okay, here's the thing. It's now been 10 years. Every night at 8:30 p.m. roughly Eastern time, US time, I have a question of the day on my Facebook page. The reason I do that, folks, it's not just for the fun of it.
Although it is fun.
It's to generate responses on my Facebook page and increase the number of people that are following it, so that when we actually post something that has to do with business, more people see it, because Facebook says, oh, Hank Uloff's Facebook page is busy. I guess we're going to show it to more people. So there's always a business reason behind it. Yeah, and all of y'all can do that too.
Funny.
So. All right. Thanks for having us on.
We'll talk soon. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Love you. Love you big time. Thank you for doing this for all of your listeners. It just shows you are a total giver, and we would gladly help you give.
Thank you so much. Talk soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye for now.
Bye, Linda.
Bye. Hey, Rose, how are we doing this
Linda?
morning?
I'm very well. Yourself?
We're doing well, doing well.
Good.
Wow.
Well,
Of our summer into yours, it's going a bit nuts and insane, isn't it here?
It is a little bit. It is a little bit. Just let me tell people a little bit about you, and then I'll let you have the floor.
Oh, fantastic. We'll get started for the day.
Linda Reed Enever is a business owner and professional person, and of course she's a professional person. I'm half asleep. She's a marketing strategist. She's a born educator. Is a consummate professional who boasts a unique knack for helping business and individuals tap into their marketing, branding, and business potential. She works with business owners to find their point of difference, perfect their image, and build their profile in the public domain. Linda's passionate lies in sharing her knowledge, and I can vouch for that. She began teaching dance as a teen and later further developed her teaching skills by becoming a qualified educator. One thing Linda loves about education is how this enables her to empower others through knowledge and understanding. Linda is one of the foremost PR specialists in Australia, and her marketing skills are beyond incomparable.
Oh my gosh.
She's amazing. She's got the business Facebook community. I've been published in her Learn magazine on several occasions, and I'm actually waiting to hear back from my latest submission. So yeah, that shouldn't be too far away. But yeah, so I'd love to welcome Linda Reed-Enever to the summit, and take it away, young lady.
Fantastic, Rose. Thank you very much for having me. And if no one has thanked Rose already for putting on this summit, they should, because I don't think that anyone understands how much work is involved in putting one of these things together for you. So it's an amazing opportunity. And to our business community, I have shared this with you, and I suggest that you pop on over, because we're going to talk today about how to monetize the knowledge, the expertise, and the know-how that you have. Now, Rose made it sound like I do everything myself. I do not. I have an amazing team of people behind me. And when she says she's waiting on a submission, I'm like, hopefully she doesn't ask me where it is, because I have no clue. That's well and truly within the hands of our editorial team that be able to do that. So why I come in today and I talk to you about how to monetize your knowledge. One of the key things we're going to talk about is making sure that you've got the right strategies in place to monetize that know-how. But once again, call on support if you need to. Okay, there are amazing people out there that can help you help you put all this information together and get all those things together that you might need to monetize your knowledge. Now, I am just going to grab the link that I forgot to get for everyone for the worksheet today. And of course, you know, I've got a worksheet and then I don't give it to you. And I'll grab that. And then we'll get started in today's topic. Now, Rose is giving you a bit of an introduction to who I am, so we'll skip that slide, shall we, when we get to my presentation? And we'll just keep moving on forward. So for those of you here, I'm going to ask you a question. And I want to know now, what have you done to monetize your knowledge so far? Are you selling your time as coaching? Have you made ebooks? Have you created lead magnets? What have you done so far? I'm going to see how people have gone. What have we done? Are we selling our coaching time? I know Rose has got a couple of strategies where she's monetized her knowledge. You know, we are technically monetizing our knowledge here in the process as we go through right now today. And why can't I find that today? What I want? Okay. If I don't have the worksheet ready for you, I do. Now I do. Of course, as soon as I chuck in another site search term, it comes up. That's things at their best, live training at their best, guys. You think you've got everything prepared, and then you can bring up the one thing that's on the internet. The one thing that's on the internet and a link that's nice and easy to get is the Monetize Your Knowledge worksheet. So I'm going to jump into Facebook because I know there's lots of stuff going through Facebook, and I'll pop the link in for Rose as well, just to make sure that we have got the link for everyone to work through the worksheet with me today. So this is an exercise where we are going to learn at that same point in time. We're going to learn how to monetize our knowledge. Now, I'll pop the link in there to chat for Rose, and I'll pop it inside the Facebook post so Rose doesn't have to do everything today. And then we'll get started with our screen share and our presentation. Okay, Rose, do watch me in case I run over time. I apologize if I do. I'm known for doing that, so apologies if I get through that process and I forget. Okay. So here is our worksheet for today, everyone, and we can get started from there. I haven't heard from anyone how they're monetizing their knowledge, but I am sure that there are amazing people out there monetizing their knowledge and expertise. And if they're not, hopefully by the end of today's presentation, you'll be doing just that. You'll be coming in and monetizing your knowledge and your expertise. So we're going to jump in and I'm going to share my whole screen because I find that easier. And then we are going to start today's presentation. Rose, can you see my screen there? Facebook's just a little bit behind me on the phone.
I can do,
beautiful.
yes.
Let's get started. Okie dokie. So Rose has done a fantastic presentation on PowerPoints this morning. I'm hoping she's not going to pick too much on mine going through that process, but I'm definitely a brand Nazi. And as you can see, we want to talk about monetizing our knowledge and creating things like those tips you heard from Rose this morning about making sure that things are on brand, people get to recognize you and they know you along the way. And one of the first key things that I talk about when monetizing your knowledge is to put your face out there, because it's that face that connects that know, like, and trust factor. It's that face that if we're going to teach people that they want to connect with. So whether you're teaching online or offline, photos or video, we want to be having your face out there when you monetize your knowledge and your expertise. So whether that's your author page or whatever, going through that process. Oh, and there we go. And then now my PowerPoint is completely out of alignment this morning and Rose can pick on me. Who am I? I'm an ideas and marketing strategist. Ideas make the world go round. I love to market. I love my marketing. I love what I do. It's pretty contagious. I tend to talk faster the more passionate and excited I get about a topic. So bear with me. You'll have to keep up with me today or watch the replay and slow me down is another piece of advice I give people. Marketing is full of ideas and so is education. And I get to combine everything that I do here at Enova Group. So we run facilities like the Course Creator Circle, the Marketing Circle, which is my VIP membership area. We've got the business, which has been running for 8 years now. We're coming up to its 9th year of community of business owners that help you learn, connect, network, can do. We run parenting websites. I've been a consultant for many, many years. So I walk my talk and I still walk my talk every day. So as a business owner, you know your stuff. It's taken you time to learn your stuff and you've invested money in that along the way. And we shouldn't take that knowledge that we have as business owners for second nature or for granted. Just because something is second nature to you doesn't mean it's to someone else. You've forged a path and you've achieved success. And it is that experience that makes you the expert, the person who can teach what you do right now. Okay, it's those shortcuts. And Rose was talking about me being a marketing person. I'm 21 years in the game. So I can, yes, see what's not going to work or maybe what's going to work within a heartbeat. So I can teach small business owners like yourself to take your message and your story to market. But it's taken me time to get there. And I have clients say to me on a regular basis, how do you know that? Because it is second nature to me. And that's why I love to teach it. So it is the path that you've achieved to your success and your experience that makes you an expert. There is no number of followers that makes you an expert. There is no numbers of years of experience. But if you have a shortcut to something, or if you've learned a way to do it, that makes you the expert inside that space. So I want to get out of our heads today a little bit that I'm not good enough to teach, okay? Because the only people you let down, whether you're creating ebooks or whatever products you are monetizing your knowledge, the only people you let down if you don't create that is the people who need to hear the message in the way that you can deliver it, okay? That's a big one. We want to make sure that we deliver the message to our people in the way that they need it delivered. So just because XYZ is out there teaching or has an ebook or has a book or has a podcast or has whatever they have on your space does not mean that you are not the expert equally. You are the expert for your people. And there are different stages in the journey. There are absolutely different stages along the journey that people are going to take, and they will touch base with different experts along the way. And I say, I love it when my marketing circle members outgrow me or when my clients outgrow me, because I don't want to work in corporate anymore, but I definitely love that ideas phase of starting with business. So knowledge is in everything that we do. Now you've got the Monetize Your Knowledge worksheet with you, and there's some questions that I'm going to guide you through as part of that presentation. So if you haven't already, jump on the link, download it. It's free for you to get. You might as well just go in and get it. But we're going to look at knowledge is in everything we do. So our knowledge is in our hobbies. Okay, you might monetize knowledge that maybe isn't currently what you do. So it could be in your hobbies. You could be like this expert crochet person that could be out there teaching crochet. One of my girlfriends who was a well-known comedian ended up having a very successful YouTube channel over COVID, teaching nothing else but basics on how to crochet, because it was what she was doing throughout that process. It's skills. It's skills that you might have. It might be how to do things in Canva. It could be how to create Excel spreadsheets and make them do shortcuts and codes. It could be your industry experience. It could be the processes that you have. Your knowledge is hidden in the stuff that you know how to do. And there are people typing into search every day how to do X, Y, Z. And if you've got to look at that component, I just need to go to a site like Answer the Public and type in the keyword or the skill that you have and see what people are typing into search, because that's going to be a great way for you to look at maybe what am I going to create? What ebooks can I create, or stuff like that along the way. So, okay, we can monetize that knowledge. That knowledge can be monetized in multiple different ways. So let's start ourselves with a few questions along the way today. And let's give Linda some more coffee, because she's been here since 4 and needs some more caffeine.
What are you doing up at that time of the morning?
Working across time zones.
Oh, you poor thing. Yes, I had a podcast interview, or I was supposed to have had one on Tuesday morning, was at 5 in time here, but they cancelled at the last minute. And
I find that the harshest.
Yeah, thankfully it was the night before, so that I could scrub it off my thing and get ready for
and sleeping.
summit.
Yeah, no, I get really cranky if someone cancels on me and I was asleep.
Yeah, I agree. Anyway, you got plenty of time. You still got 45 minutes left. So
beautiful. No, well, we're going to run through the questions. I've still got a few slides here. We're making our way, but there's still a few slides.
Good on you.
Okay, so what I want to run you through right now is, can you share a unique perspective? Okay, when you think about when your clients come to you, what problems, what issues are they having, what things are they going through, and what perspective can you share? Okay, do you have a secret way to do something that makes life easier for people? Do you have any insider tips? So insider tips and tricks, how to, check different fonts, how to make mock-ups, how to I don't know, shortcut for wood turning opportunities. If you have insider tips, write them down, because these are the pieces of knowledge that you can monetize. Are there questions that your customers frequently ask of you or your business? These questions, if they're being asked of your customers are asking them of you, they are likely to be the questions that are going into search. They could be that next step in that lead magnet, or that next step in that piece of content, or the people that maybe can't afford your services right now. You could be able to answer those questions and start to create some strong educational content around that you can monetize, either in ebooks, short training sessions, YouTube. You can do it in a number of ways. And is there something that comes easily to me that others find complex? Now, these are the moments where someone asks you a question, you bang your head, go, why the hell do they not know that? Okay, because it happens. We all do it. We go, why the hell do people not know that? Why do people not think of that? They're the stuff that you want to be able to teach, because you know your industry well. You've forged your path. You've gone through. You've done all these years of training and service. The people who are starting out in this space don't have that. Okay, and there's another question that I love to ask, and I'm not sure if it's on the next slide. Another question, it isn't, so we're going to stay on this one. Another question I love you to ask is, what were the things that you would have wanted when you started in this industry? Take yourself back, what would I want to have known? What really frustrated the hell out of me? Because these are all the things that we can monetize. So these are the stuff that we can monetize. And quite often the knowledge you can monetize is a lot easier than you think. It's even the blog posts that you've put together. There's a handy tool that I mentioned in the worksheet called Designer, which can take a series of blog posts and you can have an ebook together within minutes. It's very, very handy. So these are the things that you can monetize. So you can monetize your knowledge then in a number of ways. You can do them in books and ebooks. You can see I've got books behind me. I've also got marketing decks, which here we go, grab one of those, nicely presented. We've also got little decks. So we've broken our knowledge down into short, sharp little pieces that people can get through to. We've got things like the opportunity then to monetize your knowledge in courses. Now, I'm a Thinkific approved expert, so I teach course creation. That's where I was this morning. And so we teach course creation. So we want to look at maybe we can run an evergreen course and we can continue to give those basics to the people before they come and work with us to help out. You can do it in challenges. You can do like email challenges or little live challenges, video-based challenges. We use a tool called Volley when we tend to use our video-based challenges, and we tend to run a series of interactive challenges with people that way. You can do it in webinars, you can do it in workshops. You can take that stuff that people ask you about, that knowledge that's second nature, and be able to put a monetization against that. Now, webinars and workshops have become a lot more popular since COVID. People are used to attending these summits and sessions. So if you can make them stand out and you can have the knowledge out there, then you can share that in a number of ways. By offering your knowledge, you're empowering a new group of people to work with you. So I include using knowledge-based or educational-based marketing as part of our offering. And the reason that I talk about that is it means that you've got a really strong opportunity to be able to let people know, like, and trust you through the educational marketing strategy. So just for a moment, take a moment and think, what could I right now, if I was asked, do a 15-minute presentation? I really should have some thinking music. I should ask Google for some. Few minutes just to think about it. What could I talk about for 15 minutes? I don't want you to think so much as think. I want you just to write everything down, because writing it down gets it out of your own head and starts to get you in the position of going, is it possible to do that? Plus, pen to paper writing is proven to take more results. You'll take more action from something you write down. So just use a moment to brain dump it all out.
While
Okay.
we're taking a moment to write it all out, it's a great opportunity for people to, as you say, get stuff out of their head and write it down. And yeah, you're right, writing it down keeps it in your brain. I don't know, it seems to correlate, stays in your brain much longer than if you just think about it. And
the mind-body connection, there's actually a psychological, the whole studies around it in teaching that we talk about, that we are more committed to, even if we're writing down goals or anything, that we are more committed to it if we write it down. And we've gone through that body to mind connection through that process. And because we remember things not only through memory and things going into our head, but through doing and feeling and touching. This is a primary school teacher coming out of me now. The more we do stuff, the more we retain. There's a good thing, you know, that we go out there and we say, as teachers and as course creators, the best way to learn something is to teach someone else how to do it, because you forget the bits that you didn't earlier.
that's it.
So guys, once you've done that write down process, the next thing we need to do is be crystal clear about the offer. Okay. And the offer that we're going to create, whether it's an ebook, whether it's a course, and then where it fits within our business and our operations. Because it's all well and good to go, right, I'm going to write an ebook and I'm going to charge $5 for it. And I'm going to pop all the world's histories in it. And it's going to be about 190 pages long. And I can tell you, in ebook world, no one's going to read it. Okay. We've overwhelmed. So we want to be crystal clear about our offer. Okay. So for example, let's run with it. What have we got? We've got PRQs. Yep. Right. We'll go project wise. For example, we have numbers of things. We have PR ideas and that come in for business owners that come out. There is my book of PR tips. Right. Now I'm dropping these. This is great. Really good this morning, Linda. So we've got my book of PR tips, which is, come on, tell me how many pages? 127 pages of how business owners can use PR. And it's a book that's there, and it's the start of the offering. It's not the same as my course. So it sits in that early level offering, you know, $24.95. Here you go. Here's the book of PR tips. Feel free to jump in and get it. If someone wants to up the ante a little bit in that space, then we've got one of the marketing decks, which comes up that next level and is our PRQs, which is all about prompts and different PR actions that they can take to build their PR offering. Now that sits at about $49.95, which is the next component and the next level in my offering. So see how we've got it? We've got book here, or could be ebook, physical product number one here, that comes into place over there. Then the next stage is our offering of our courses. So we now take that knowledge and we go, okay, Linda's got knowledge on writing PR, press releases. So we've done courses like how to write a press release and how to create an available for interview profile so that you can build your profile with the media that way. And they're the do-it-yourself courses that are there by yourself. So that's the next stage, and that's how the next bit fits within my business. You know, that's, we've got a certain amount of knowledge in these ones. Then we courses go through step by step how to do something alongside with me, and they normally have a review, okay? And the reason they have a review is because there's no point in putting something together without having someone give you some feedback. The next component, if you want to work with me on PR or marketing, is a marketing circle where there's a membership, and you can come in at a membership level and work at a group level. Then the next component in the offering that we have is consulting, okay? So you can see how I monetize my knowledge in different stages of the journey, depending on where the business owner is at. Some are ready for consulting straight away. Some, when I give them my consulting fee, just faint, and that's fine. I'm absolutely fine for them to faint with my consulting fee. But what we can then do is say to them, okay, well, where's your budget sit? What can we offer you now that will allow you to pick up some skills for where your budget meets? So when we start to put our offer together in our ebook, our course, our webinar, our workshop, our challenge, we need to be crystal clear what goes into it. And then also, where does it step to next? Okay, every product and every service offering, and I know Prosper was talking about this the other day, should have a next step to your, I hate the word funnel, so I'm now going to talk about marketing trees, because, you know, I hate funnels. We don't push people down, we allow people to grow. So they should be allowed to climb up a tree and go up a tree like a koala to your top level offering. Some koalas won't make it to the top. That's cool. But, you know, they're going for the juiciest gum leaves up the very, very top. So my American people like it when I do the koala analogy. Then we need to know where our audience is looking for us. Okay, so where is our audience looking to find us? And that's where we go and we use tools like Answer the Public. We maybe go through to the business Facebook group. We go to places like Quora and we see what the questions are being asked so that we can make sure that when we start to market this offering, we know where they are. The ebooks are pretty easy, for example. We know people are looking on Amazon. We know they're looking on Google Books. We know that we can get that sort of stuff out there. But webinars and those sorts of things, we will need to know where do we need to market it. And the same with our courses. And we need to know where they're looking for us, okay? So you need to do a little bit of market research before we start monetizing this knowledge a little bit further. We need to go, hey, where can we monetize? Where can we promote this once we've got out there? Then we need to understand what is the point of difference that we monetize. So in most of my products or services, you'll hear me say these are for business owners to understand the process, to understand what we do, to understand how they can, they can run it. So my point of difference is that, and my second point of difference is if you want to build a six-figure business overnight, I am definitely not your coach. I am the coach that will teach you how to build a sustainable business, not a six-figure business that might exhaust you throughout that process. So that tends to be my point of difference. And it's all about making things accessible. Now, I don't know if Rose was around when we started business, but we started that group. And our number one point of difference for that group was there was no bullying, there was no trolling. We were going to moderate that sort of stuff. There was no naming and shaming inside that space because I was sick of seeing it online. And I still see it online and it still happens in other groups. But the reality of it is in our space, we've kept it away, and that's our point of difference. That grew to be monetized into a website now where there's directories and there's listings and all of those sorts of things. So when you think about monetizing your knowledge and your point of difference, it can be a little bit different. It doesn't have to be in the box that everyone put it together for you for. Okay, how can you solve the audience's problem? So say, for example, you're wanting to learn how to crochet and there's all these other crocheting videos out there, and I'm going with a crocheting one because it's just in my head right now. You're wanting to learn how to crochet, there's all these other crocheting videos out there, but there's no flow. So I could go to YouTube today and I could see it, but there's no flow. But I could solve their problem if I found the right instructor, like my friend, who could teach them in a sequenced course or could provide them an ebook with the how to get started in crochet. So see how we can solve their problem by delivering it in that message. Now, I want to cover this because I get so many people say to me, but it's on YouTube, Linda. How can I possibly do it? Why would people pay money for it? People will pay for the structure. They'll pay for the learning and they'll pay for the support and the guidance, and they'll pay for you. They'll pay for the way that you explain it. Create a content bank now from what you have. I want you to go to your Google Analytics after we get off this website session today. And if you don't already have Google Analytics, please get it. Please do anything else, but just get Google Analytics today. Okay, I want you to see what your top performing blog posts are. I want you to look at your Google Search Console report that comes in each and every month and says, this is your growing blog post. This is your growing links. This is the content bank that you already have. Look at the PowerPoint presentations that you've got. Look at the blog posts that you've already written. Look at the amazing content that you've got out there and start to share that with your people really simply, and start to go to the content bank and go, okay, well, I've got a couple of blogs on it. I've got a couple of videos that I've done on it. I've got maybe a podcast that I've created. I've got, you know, these tutorials that we use for our clients. All of a sudden you find that monetizing of your knowledge, whether it's an ebook or what you're about to create, or whether it's a course, is all actually sitting in the content bank you already have. I work with lots of course creators, and normally when I say go pull your content together, all of a sudden they're surprised that they don't have to build as much as they thought they had to. And then we create our products. Then we create our ebooks, our course offerings, and we fill in the gaps from there. So from today, and I'm happy to keep talking about this one, Rose, if I've run through this really quickly. The thing is, we want you to download your Monetize Your Knowledge worksheet. There's also the Educational Marketing Toolkit, which I didn't include the link here, but I will pop into Facebook later and do, so that you can understand that process. If you want more assistance from me, there is the Marketing Circle, which you'll find on my website, as well as the Course Creator Circle, where we delve into these topics on a regular basis. And the idea is, you know, you've got access to me via support groups and that sort of stuff along the way. The biggest thing, and if we get out of this presentation and stop sharing my screen, the biggest thing I want you to do today is understand that you have know-how and knowledge to share. You have people that want to hear from you. So we got a little extra time, Rose, or not?
We do. We have another 30 minutes.
Beautiful. Want to see how to make some stuff?
That'd be great. Thank you.
Let's do that. Okay. Let me get prepared, guys. I
It's a
love
great
making
presentation, Linda. Thank you so much, because a lot of us don't realise that we have so much knowledge in our heads. We need to get it out and put it on paper, or put it on a slide deck, or put it in somewhere in a podcast or a video or somewhere.
Exactly.
That will help other people. And you know, we forget. We just keep it in our heads, and it's a bit like writing a SOP for your business. You've
It
got
is
this knowledge, and you need to share it out there.
You need to be sharing it with everyone else. Otherwise, you let people down. Now, I've just popped into chat, Rose. I don't have Facebook open on my computer anymore, but I've just popped into chat the Educational Marketing Toolkit link as well for everyone, because that gives you a whole list of tools that we've cut down into a short list that will help you jump in from there. Okay, where are we going to go today? Bear with me.
I've put it in the chat already, so it's all good.
Yeah, beautiful. I'll jump into Facebook. I will jump back into Facebook because I can provide links to people as we go along. Because we're going to make some tools today.
Yeah, that's a really good tip, because a lot of us don't know how to.
Exactly. So
especially if they're not, you know, overly creative or overly tech savvy, they may find it a little bit of a challenge. So yeah, this will be a great opportunity.
This will be a bit of fun. And I like doing stuff live.
From one of the best.
You know me. Rose, do you want to do me a favor?
Yes.
Pop your website in the chat for me. Okie dokie. Rightio. Let's jump in. Now, where am I needing to be here? Bear with me just a second. Guys, I'm just going to bring up a list of tools that I need, and then we'll get started. Oof.
Loving, I haven't been into BBB for a while. I did leave for a bit, and then I rejoined. But yeah, it's a really great space to get really terrific information and to collaborate with others. To you know,
it's a busy space, but we are tough, and I'll admit it. We're tough on promo. We're tough on
yeah. And as you should be, because, you know, you've made it very clear that those things aren't permitted in the group. It's not.
You can promote, but you've got to join in to promote. You know, this is the big thing. Lots of people think that they can promote just for the sake of it. And then the other one that they get into is they want to start getting in and putting their ebooks, not their ebooks, their Facebook groups, and grow their groups off ours. And, we just came into the point that I think after we had about 5 posts inside one day of come join our Facebook group, I turned around and said to my husband, we're not doing this anymore. We're not there to grow everyone else's Facebook group. And there's a little thing that we talk about having respect for people when we do that. Okay, guys, we're going to use a tool, first of all, called Answer the Public. And I'm going to start sharing my screen once I've got the links up in front of me. And then I'm going to get Rose's website up as well. Okay, I've included a link to Designer, which is also we've got a partner offer with Designer, if anyone wants to have a look at that one, which is the one we're going to use to make an ebook with very, very shortly. But first of all, we'll go into Answer the Public. It's a very handy tool and it's quite affordable for you to be able to get into. There's a starting offer of like $27 for lifetime access. Get you some basics, but it'll get your first ebook started, and that's pretty awesome. Okie dokie, get Rose's website up and running, and then we can start sharing my screen. Only because no one wants to see the mess of my screen otherwise. Okie dokie, let's jump in. Okay, the first space that we are going to go is not the Facebook group, even though Rose and I are here. Okay, we're going to go into Answer the Public. Okay, now Rose is talking about talking with the experts. She's got podcast services in there. Let's have a look at her website. She'll give you time back. So she's marketing a lot of podcasts right now. Okay, would we be right, Rose?
Yeah.
Start your podcast?
Yeah, start a podcast. How do people can start their own? Yeah.
Beautiful. So we're going to type in the word podcast creation. Okay, into Answer the Public, because that's where Rose is. And we're just going to hit search. And I should have gone to Australia, but I did not. So apologies. But everyone else can have fun.
That's it.
You can run a search later. You get between, depending on what mood Answer the Public is in, you'll get 2 to 3 searches over a little while. But this search wheel here comes up with terms that are going directly into search. So this is the stuff that I would be suggesting Rose starts to have a look at about writing, creating a podcast, which podcasting app is best. And I'd be saying, let's start to create the content plan, but possibly even the course plan in relation to that content. So you've got prepositions as well, podcast creation for free, for students, for Mac, for PC, for voice, you think about it. There's lots of tools out there. So just by one quick search, I'd challenge most people to say that they didn't have close to 12 months worth of content from one quick search from Answer the Public on keywords. So you go in there, you do your search on keywords, and maybe you start looking at your course outline or your blog outline in relation to those things from there. So if I go over to Rose's website, and I'm doing this all here, this is our podcast episode. Where is your blog, Rose?
That's it. It's in categories.
Okay. Which one? Okay, if we go mainly to the one over here. So we've got podcasting, we've got event management, we've got business management, we've got entrepreneurship. We're going to go business management because I think that one will be good. Does that take me to the category?
Good do.
Yeah, I'll go here. I will follow. Okay, so we're in business management now. So we've got some good blogs within business management. Now, I said to you that Designer allows you to be able to take a blog, some blog posts and create it into an ebook. Want to see how it does?
Yes, I've used Designer before. I left them because I couldn't, it was in the beginning when they first started.
Yeah.
So it wasn't very reliable and you had to go and reformat everything.
That's anything that you're doing with AI, you have to reformat. That's pretty standard.
No, this was just painful.
Look, it is painful. I'll admit that it's still painful to put together an ebook and design it. But if you're doing that ebook in Canva or you're doing it in Word, there is still formatting that you need to do.
Well, that's very true, yes.
So, and I love it when people say to me, that tool doesn't do what it should do, because they were looking for this magic pill that doesn't exist. There's a reason that people design and do stuff and they work within tools. There are tools that will speed your life up, but there are no tools and there is no magic marketing pill. Sorry, everyone. I'm just going to give you that little note right now. There's no magic marketing pill. Okay.
Damn.
So when we go over here, we can go over to the dashboard is a new dashboard. You can see here, you go to my website, you're going to see these ebooks. These are literally my ebooks on my website. as we go through, and we're going to use my account today to be able to create one for Rose. We're going to hit the lovely create ebook button. Now you can see audiobooks and a whole heap of stuff there. That's not available on the free plan. What is? Importing from blogs and importing from Word documents. So we're going to import from the blogs over here from Rose's point of view, and we're going to go, okay, 6 HR challenges and how to solve them, office automation, SEO. Okay, maybe don't have enough. What's one of your categories that maybe has a few more? Maybe 5 or 6 articles that we can have a look at to pick a couple from.
Oh, I don't know. They've only about 3 or 4. Maybe podcasting might have a few in there, or event management.
Podcasting, let's go and have a look. And the reason I ask this, guys, is because there are going to be a little bit of content out there.
Not much in there.
Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to do something different. We'll head over here. We'll head to where I know I've got articles, and I'll just show you a base. So if you've got a series of blog posts, and we'll go to Learn Magazine, for example, and we'll go and have a look at some articles that will be in here. So if I search the site, because I'm just going to make it easier because there's 8 years worth of content on here. For anyone watching, I'm not turning this into an ebook to sell. I'm just demonstrating the process. And we're going to search for productivity. Okay, and we're going to look at the productivity boosters, and you can see that we've got a number of posts around productivity. So I'm going to copy the link address for these blogs. I'm going to hit fetch, and then I'm going to grab another one, 11 productivity boosters. It was only because if anyone didn't notice, I just saw productivity on the site as one of the first articles. Hit fetch, and I've gone, okay, well, that's the topic. That's the one that we're going to run with our keyword today. So we start to get all of those blog posts in here, and I'm just grabbing 3 for the sake of it. As I said, this is a demonstration. This is not a blog post that I'm going to be in there. I would add tags if I was doing this properly, but I'm cheating and I'm being quick. Over here in design, you've got a whole heap of brand new templates and different styles that they've had optimized up. There's lots of different templates you can look at. Sometimes I just still stick with the plain vanilla one because it's nice and easy, but you can see we're on an agency plan. So we have created customized ones for each one of our brands, but let's use one of the brand new ones today. I think the leaves look pretty, so we'll go with that one. Now you can hit the preview button over here, and you can get a bit of a look and a feel for the style of the ebook, to whether it's going to work for you and your business. Now they've got lots of columns and stuff in there that wasn't in there in the previous areas. So we'll hit the use button. Choose which. We'll go default style because I'm pretty sure that's on what you get in the free account. Joys of being a tester means sometimes I show you stuff that I don't have, that not everyone has yet. Okay, so we can see that it started to bring in the title from the first blog post over here. It's brought in my name, it's brought in some contents and some tables of content ready to go. It's even brought in images from the blog post. Okay, so it's starting to bring in the pieces ready to go. Now it's going to take time for me to format it. But the handy things that you can do with Designer in different areas, if you're a podcaster, you can enable audio. So you can embed an audio file. If you've got videos, you can put in videos. You can add in embedded call to actions. You can, we put in videos quite often. We'll put in video content from a series of videos and we'll pop it in there from that area. And then we go through and we edit. Now you've got the opportunity to be able to edit your fonts, edit your text, put any images in that you want to. And if you go over here, bear with me, you'll see the options for being able to set the style settings. So what style do we want to hit? Are we ordered? What's our images and artworks and layouts? You can change your layouts from over here. So you can start changing all different layouts and stuff that you want to. But pretty much we've got the framework of a blog post within the first 5 minutes. Not ebook within the first 5 minutes. It's going to take us a little bit of time to make sure that we get everything running and going, but it's pretty. If you knew all your blogs sync together really, really well, I'd be saying now all we need to do is, take the intro and outros out of the blog posts and put the information together. But once again, I'm not sure what we've got here because I've grabbed a couple of people's blog posts. But we've just seen how simple it is to take a blog that you've already got and turn it into an ebook. That's the first way. The next component is to go, okay, what's my top presentations? What have I got out there that I can share regularly with my people? What are the top blog posts that are performing that you could write a webinar around or a workshop? Because remember, we are engaging learning styles. Some people will like it written. Some people will like a podcast. Some people will like video. Some people will just want to do it all themselves. It's about giving them different learning styles. And if we don't engage the learning styles within our market, then we are not tapping into how people are going to receive our message. So I've shown you how to make an ebook. I've shown you ideas about how to create things and put webinars into place. Has anyone got any questions for me today?
Yes.
Go for
I
it.
really like that. That was a lot simpler than it used to be.
Yeah, it is. And all tools develop over time.
Absolutely. No, it's quite a fascinating thing. Did we put that in the chat?
I did on Facebook, yes.
Oh, yes, you have. Thank you. Good. Yeah, that's a great resource. I might go back and have a look at that because.
So Rose, I know you're podcasting.
Yes.
Are your podcasts appearing as individual blogs on your website?
No, just the episode. So I should probably be putting them up as, I don't put the transcript in there, no.
Okay, let me show you a couple of things because this is the marketer in me. So Rose has got a podcast. I went to go and get a whole heap of blogs, didn't I, from Rose a little bit earlier. So if we went to my website, for example, and we'll go to mine because you can see it and it's me walking my talk. And we go over here to the talk podcast, which will fit in the market with me somewhere. Actually, let's just go to my tips from me because that's going to show you how we include all the content. So we talk about education marketing. Under tips from me here, you can see that I've got video content and you can tell by the different image style what I've got in here. I've got video, I've got podcast, I've got another video because guess who likes doing video because it's easier. For me anyway. And then we've got blog posts. So I've taken a different image style and there's a different image style for each piece that we have out there. So people, once we're engaging those learning styles, can understand what they're connecting with. But if we go to the Talk podcast, there are two things on the internet that Google can index. And that is your title, your image titles, and your transcript. It doesn't index sound and it doesn't index video at this stage. What it does do is it indexes the transcripts and that go with your video. So for those of you who are podcasting right now, if you are not doing it, we use an app here called Simple Social Press. It takes the podcast feed from Apple or wherever we choose it to, and it embeds the player on our website like this and creates a draft post. Simple, easy, done. Podcast is there. What it also does is it brings across our transcript, and it puts all the links. So any tools that I mentioned in my podcast are in there, any value I'm mentioning in there, and it all pops into the website there with our timestamps and everything ready to go. Any resources that we've used, all the information, and a call to action about what I'm doing. Because I've shared all this amazing information, but my call to action is I want them to join the marketing circle. So you can see there's a very strong call to action down the bottom from my podcast. The same if you're creating video. Use your ability, and YouTube love it if you send people to them. So if you want to look at things like the content optimization, you put your lovely image in there, you embed your video, and you hope that it's going to load quickly for you on this regional internet that we are. It's ready to go. It's got all the notes in there as well. Once again, when we market that video, we're not marketing it out to YouTube, we're marketing our website, which increases our reach, which therefore increases the connectivity of the people being able to find us. Because what you'll notice here is all my training and events, the tools I recommend, a copy of my podcast is all sitting in this sidebar here to slightly distract them from the valuable content that I've given them over here to make a purchase. And then down the very bottom, you're seeing a little pop-up, which says, what did someone just buy? So all of that marketing, all of that content that I've created in the free level steps to another level. And that's monetizing your knowledge. Even when you create free content, is all about making sure that you've got those little call to actions that keep reminding people to come back. And it's this content that will have people find you, that will then have people seek you out for your courses, for your ebooks, for your tools. And then, eventually they click on the Products by Me link. And I did say to you, you would see it. There are the ebooks that we just spoke about in Designer here on my website. Here, ready to go. So I don't pretend in any way, shape or form, guys. I walk my talk. And if I suggest a tool, you can 90% guarantee that if I don't use it now, I've used it sometime in the past and it's got some strong value for you and your business. I am going to leave it there unless anyone's got any questions for me today. I'm going to thank Rose for the time that's come through. I know my voice is about to disappear on me completely. My family will love it. There'll be a quiet weekend here of mum not nagging to pick up stuff. And I'm going to say thank you very much. I'm going to say get out there and teach. Okay. Teach, even if it's starting by just small steps of teaching little bits that you know to your Facebook audience or to your YouTube audience or to your TikTok audience. And hey, short form video is trending right now. It's so easy. No one wants a perfect short form video. They want the phone pointed up to your face. You talk quick, you go and you move on. And if you want to feel good about bad video, go back to my YouTube channel and go back very, very much to the start, about 2013, and you'll see some pretty crap videos. And it'll make you feel better, and you'll go out and do some of your own.
Linda, thank you so much for spending this quality time with us, and thank you for sharing those tools and techniques with us. And
You're welcome.
I really look forward to talking with you again soon.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Rose. I appreciate your time. Guys, keep watching the summit. And if you didn't realize, there's a VIP pass, isn't there, Rose, that I've heard about?
Absolutely, yes. And they get lifetime access to all of the videos from all of the presenters. And plus there's some free gifts in there that our presenters have generously donated.
Wow. Okay, guys, I'm going to strongly suggest grab the VIP pass. If you haven't already, there is going to be stuff that I've covered today that you won't have taken in, that I can guarantee that if you watch in replay, there'll be something else you go, oh yeah, that's good. I should do that.
Because I know that the video from today gets taken down at midnight.
Yep.
So they've only got access to this free video until midnight. It's taken down. And if they want to watch anything, they have to go to the VIP group.
So Rose, I'm going to ask a question. What's these gifts?
There are free courses, there's free ebooks, there are free strategy calls, there's quite a lot of things. And
So I'm gathering there's more value packed into that VIP pass.
There is.
And you're charging.
Yes, there is. It's 77 Australian dollars, and the gifts probably would come to well over $1,000.
Beautiful. Okay. So my other tip for you today, guys, is go and grab that. Okay.
Thanks, Linda.
Have a great one, guys. I'm going to leave now. Rose will continue to present, and have a great day.
Thanks, you too. Bye-bye. That was the lovely Linda Reid-Enever, and my goodness, wasn't that an informative presentation from her? She's just on top of her game all the time. She does walk her talk, and she's always sharing tools and tips and techniques to make our businesses a lot better. So yeah, as Linda said, if you want to watch the replays of any of the videos from our presenters, pop on over to the to Eventbrite and upgrade your ticket to a VIP ticket, 77 Australian dollars. And there's tons of valuable resources that our presenters have offered to you for free, and well above the value of the ticket involved. And you also get lifetime access to all of the videos from the 3 days. They'll actually be broken up into individual presentations in the next week or so. So yeah, please just pop over on into there and and grab yourself a bargain. Anyway, going to take a short break. I need to have a bit of a drink and some private time, and so I'll be back with you again in a little while. Our next guest.
Oh, hi, Rose.
Natasha, how are you?
I'm good. Oh yes, okay, yes, I can see you. You can see me. Everything is good.
Everything is good. Now, lovely Natasha is a speaker and public speaking expert. She is the founder and president of Changeview Academy, where she trains entrepreneurs and corporate executives to give powerful presentations. And she's here to talk to us today about how to speak with power. And it's an acronym for what she's going to be talking about. So I'm interested to find out what power means.
Yes, power. This is something that I believe we all have. everybody. We have the power to speak. And some people think that maybe because they are quiet and introverted, that they don't really have that power, that everyone needs to be like Tony Robbins. Well, I believe we are all unique and we all really need to tap into our power. Well, what power stands for is really interesting. It's actually presence, ownership, winner's mindset, energy, and resilience. And presence, that's how you are present with your audience, how when you speak to people, you are there with those people. Like right now, I am talking to you, Rose, and I'm present with you. I'm not somewhere else. I'm thinking about you and about the audience, about everyone listening. And when you are present with your listeners, then you can read the room, you can feel what they experience while you are presenting something to them. You are there. And this presence is such a key. It really helps you use your body language correctly, your facial expressions. It's connected a lot with our delivery. And we can talk, of course, for a long time about presence. But then the second is, it's ownership. That's how much you care about this message. Because if we come and we bring something to the audience and we speak about it, I know that we all need to be, or I don't want to say the word should, but we are passionate about it. It's a given that we are passionate. Sometimes maybe people have to speak about something they're not really passionate about. But ownership is just this caring for your message. And that will help you speak with power if you really know that it's important for you and for the audience. So that is ownership. Then we have winner's mindset. And everything starts with mindset. When you believe the winner, the champion, you believe that you can do it, then it doesn't matter that you have a fear. It doesn't matter that maybe you are nervous, because everyone gets nervous. But courage is having the fear and doing it anyway. That's why a champion, a winner's mindset means that you maybe are afraid of public speaking. Maybe you are nervous a little bit, but you are doing it anyway. And when you believe in your message, when you believe that this message is important and that you can deliver it, then you will overcome all that fear. And then we have energy. And when I talk about energy, I divide it into 4 types of energies and 3D process. It's define, develop, and demonstrate your energy. And I believe that we all are unique. I connect them with 4 natural elements. And right now I'm in the process of developing this and writing a book. So very soon this book will see the world, or the world will see it. So you will be able to know what is your speaking energy. And then when you define it, when you understand what is your unique style of speaking, then you develop it, you work on that. And then finally, you know how to demonstrate it. And then the last one is R, it's resilience. So P.O.W.E.R. The R is resilience. What I mean by that is when we present, when we speak, a lot of times there will be challenges, because not everything is easy. And the challenges could be difficult people in your audience, or it could be you forgot something, or you are asked a question and you need to give a speech or give an answer impromptu without preparations. And that's resilience. So if you meet a challenge, how fast will you be able to bounce back? Imagine the kind of a rubber band, and when you stretch it, then it will bounce back. So are we like this? Are we resilient like that as speakers, as presenters, so that nothing that happens around us will really bend us completely? But even if it bends us, we will bounce back. So that is resilience. That's power. It's presence, ownership, winner's mindset, energy, and resilience. You are muted, Rose.
Thank you. That was really, I loved it. It was wonderful. It was really to the point, and it actually explains, what we need to do to be as good presenters and good speakers.
Yes, yeah. So that's when we are, of course, I can go deeper into each one of them. And if you want, you can tell me which one you're more interested in. But when we feel it, when we understand that we all do have that power, this is the main idea, the main message that I would love for people to remember and to keep in mind, that you do have that power. It doesn't matter what personality you have. You have your own unique style of presenting that power. You have your own strength. And that's why it is unique. You don't have to be like me, for example. I'm very energetic and my energy is like fire. It's really crazy sometimes. But I know that there are people who speak like this and their speech and their presentation is so smooth and like flying. Sometimes it's like a song and it's so floating. It's in the air. There are so many ways and so many styles people use when they speak, which makes it beautiful and makes it powerful. But if you don't know your style, if you haven't tapped into it, then of course you haven't been developing it. And as a result, you wouldn't be able to demonstrate your style and your energy. So first of all, try to understand who you are as a speaker and be you. Don't try to be someone else, because we are all powerful. We all have that power. It's just really important to understand what is my unique way of speaking and presenting.
Absolutely. Yeah. We all have to find our uniqueness about all of us. I mean, it doesn't matter whether you're speaking or presenting or being a business owner or doing whatever it is that you're doing. We're all unique in some way, and we need to find out what our uniqueness is and use that to our advantage.
Exactly. Like in leadership, for example, when leaders in the organization decide that they want to manage their employees, they want to lead their company really well, they learn different techniques, they go to trainings, they come back to the company and they think, okay, now I'm equipped, I'm going to do that well. But if they don't know their people, if they don't understand that everyone is unique, then they wouldn't be able to lead them in a unique way, because you've got to find the approach. You've got to communicate to your people and really understand them to lead them, because you can't just take one style, one approach and apply it to everybody. You'll lead them, you'll communicate with them in different ways, depending on who they are as personalities. So we can apply this to everything, to every area of our life.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think, if it's a bit like a teacher, obviously it doesn't matter if you're speaking or whatever, you're still teaching people something. And
Yes.
each, you go to primary school and the teacher works out which child learns in what manner. And it's the same when you're speaking. And, you need to speak to your audience on different levels. And so you need to be able to, I guess, train yourself to be able to do that and engage the whole audience, not just a few.
Yes, absolutely. Because when we are there, we need to understand our audience. We need to be able to read the room and know how to respond to every person. Not always we will respond individually, because sometimes the audience is big. Like if it's 1,000 people in the room, then of course you won't be able to respond to them individually. But as soon as you know and understand who are in that audience, and if you can even learn about them ahead of time before presenting, you know that there is Sophia, or there's the John, and I know that he loves fishing and she just had her son leave home to go and study in the university. And you can use those little stories that you found out maybe from the manager, from the assistant, or maybe you talk to those people during the break and you learned this about them. And then you come to your presentation and you use these little moments, these little details in your presentation. That's what makes it alive. That's what makes it unique, and not just one general thing to everybody, but really customize it. Even if you can't do it for 1,000 personalities, but take a few and put it in your presentation, that will show the uniqueness and that you care about all people. You mentioned, even if you just mentioned a few of them. Yes, it's so important.
Absolutely. I mean, and when you're a speaker, presenter, or giving a lecture or doing whatever it is that you're doing, the personal touch, to me, I always like it when there's some sort of personal touch to the whole thing, and it feels like that me as an audience member feels included in what's happening. I'd rather be spoken with than spoken at.
Yes, exactly. Then you become so there's this ownership. Then we own it, but at the same time, the audience, they become a part of it too. It's like they own this message as well. They come into the middle of this speech, into the middle of this message, and they become a part of it. And that would be the winning presentation. Because if you know that your audience care about what you are speaking so much that they are even a part of your presentation, and they feel that way, then for sure you got them. It's winning. And when you give them call to action, they will respond to it.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you. And yeah, we should be using those skills a lot more, I think, rather than just a generic being a generic presenter.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Because it's easy to just take the same presentation, give it to every audience, and the same speech, and not even modify it. It's just easy. But that's the key, is when you spend some time learning about these people, and you come and you use their names, and you talk to them, you feel them, you know them, then your presentation will become much more powerful. And if we speak here about doing it with power, then that is what people will remember, that you used their name, or you used someone else's name in the audience, and it makes other people feel it too. They feel some kind of connection, because it makes it personal and personable. And that's why that is the power. That's when the presentation will be memorable. That's when people will take action, for sure. Because we can all remember speeches and presentations like this in our own life, when we were in the audience and we watched a speaker like this and we loved it. So just learn those little moments and little techniques, remember them, and you can use them in your own speech as well.
Absolutely. Natasha, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining me today. I learnt a lot just by listening to your presentation, and I will endeavour to include power into my speaking engagements in future. Where can people find you, Natasha, if they'd like to work with you or to find out a bit more about power?
Well, people can find me on my website, natashabazilevych.com, and it's Natasha, it's easy, but then Bazilevych,
Yeah, I'll
it's
put
like
the link in the chat.
we
so
will
it's
put
all
that.
good.
Yes. Yes, I don't have to spell that. So yes, on my website, people can learn more about me and even get my free video course and see the system I have there, a very clear system of developing public speaking skills. And it's very easy. There are 3 parts, and when people get that, they can start learning and developing it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And I look forward to talking to you again very soon. Natasha, thank you again.
Thank you, Rose.
Natasha Bazilevych, and she was talking to us about the power of speaking, and I like that acronym, and I'm glad that now I know what it means. So that's really great. And you can find Natasha on her website, and you can get her free course. So that's a bonus for all of us. And I wasn't aware that she was going to do that. So there you go. And my next. And I think I was saying that as entrepreneurs, business owners, we don't often value our work. We just give it out. We don't price ourselves accordingly. And we take on board other people's expectations. So we don't really charge what we're worth. And we should all be doing that, because we have a lot of skills as business owners, entrepreneurs. We have a lot of skills to offer. We have a lot of knowledge. It's taken some of us a long time to learn a lot of these things. We've gone to courses, we've gone to webinars, we've gone to seminars, we've bought books, bought videos, all of those things, and they all cost money. And to run your office, even if it's from home, it still costs money. So those things need to be factored into your costing, because you are a wealth of knowledge, and people really need to be educated, I guess, to pay for the things that they take for granted. And yeah, it's a bit of a shame that people want something for nothing. Oh, excuse me. run something for nothing, but they don't realize the some of the hardships that entrepreneurs and business owners go through to get the level of knowledge that they have. Now, have you ever thought about becoming a podcast wizard? Yes, you have. Well, great stuff, because I'm offering a become a podcast wizard 30-day blended program. It's in beta, so I'm only offering it to 10 people at the moment for $4.97 for 30 days, and you will get all sorts of resources, workbooks, videos, slide presentations, all of the stuff for over 30 days. Plus you get to work one-on-one with me, even though it's in a group environment. There is still opportunity to work one-on-one with me to get your podcast up and going. A lot of people are unsure about where they need to start, and this 30-day program actually takes you step by step through all of the processes that you need to do to get your podcast up and going, from knowing what your legal obligations are to getting your cover art being able to upload to the proper distribution channels, having a host channel, writing your blogs, writing your transcripts, all of those things. So yeah, so take advantage of that. Send me a private message and put 30 days in the as a comment, and I'll get back to you with some details about that. So it's only for 10 people. It's in beta at the moment, so get in the ground floor while you can, because the price will go up next year quite significantly, because there's a lot of work being put into formulating the course. And also, if you are interested in having a lifetime access to all of the videos from all of the presenters, plus access to all of the gifts, which are valued at over $1,000 from our presenters, then please go to Eventbrite, go to the Talking with the Experts Online Global Business Summit and purchase your VIP ticket. It's 77 Australian dollars, and you get access to all of this knowledge that's been shared over the 3 days, plus the free gifts, which are, you're getting more than you're getting a great return on your investment. So I do encourage you to go to Eventbrite and upgrade your ticket today. I've put another link into the chat, and yeah, please go and make your purchase today. The VIP tickets are only open until tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow midnight. So you can grab your ticket until then, and so if you grab it before midnight tomorrow, that's the 7th of October, Australian Eastern Daylight Time, you will be able to jump into the VIP group and grab those wonderful prizes and be able to watch the replays for a life. They'll be there forever. So as I'm waiting, Cass is in the room. She's a little bit early today, but we'll bring her on and take advantage of her presentation. Hey, Cass.
Hi, Rose. How are you going?
I'm very well, thank you. Thank you for being early, and yeah, and you can have the floor. Just let me have a moment, and I will just let our audience know a little bit about you. So
Okay.
Cass Bell is a leader, she's a mentor, and she's a teacher. She is an energetic practitioner, a Reiki master, a life coach, and she is also an author. She is passionate about supporting women to be the best versions of themselves and support the emergence of a more conscious and compassionate world. Cass's expertise is in mindset coaching, business to soul alignment, belief busting, spiritual entrepreneurs ready to be their true selves, expressing their true voice, living from their heart, owning their power, and accessing their authentic power to create a life aligned with their truth. And today, Cass is going to be presenting the art of self-belief and mindset transformation. Welcome, Cass, and thank you so much for being here today.
Oh, thank you. I'm really pleased to be here, actually.
Oh, good. I'm so pleased. Tell me a little bit about why we need all this self-belief and how we can, transform our mindset.
Well, self-belief is a really interesting concept because we always believe that we have to believe in ourselves so totally that we have true confidence and that we have complete control of our life. But I think we've blown this idea completely out of proportion. So we have this fail or pass mark based in self-belief, and it's completely different thought process. There are so many aspects of self-belief, and because self-belief actually helps you with your mindset transformation, really, it helps with all sorts of transformation, that we get caught up with this idea and we allow ourselves to pretty much fail before we even begin. So for me, self-belief is something that we build. It's very similar to confidence, but it's a little bit different. Many of us think that if we're really confident, it must mean it's because we believe in ourselves so totally. And we know that this isn't true. So many businesswomen, so many women really, they have confidence in areas or aspects of their life, but they wouldn't call themselves a confident person. Or they might use self-confidence as a little bit of a barrier to other people. So I find the concept of self-belief and confidence very, very interesting because we all have a different take on exactly what it all means to each other. So I thought of what I might do today is just go through a little bit of what self-belief or how you can build self-belief, because self-belief, it will help you transform your mindset. It will help transform your life. And it will also help to transform the way that you basically create your future, which is something that I'm completely passionate about with, well, for all women really. So self-belief, I want people to really think about it for a second and ask themselves the question, do I actually know who I am? And that's like a big creation question, and I recognize that. But if we understand who we truly are, we actually can start then supporting ourselves in actuality rather than in how we perceive we should be holding ourselves or perceive that we're building ourselves, so that we can fit into a mold made by our family or by society or by our peers or our colleagues. So by knowing yourself, and I don't mean just what are all my good aspects, I also mean all the little things that we don't like showing other people, or the little things that we think that we should not hold on to because it might be petty, or it might be not spiritual, or it might not be, what can I say? It might not be a nice aspect, basically, of ourselves, but it's still part of us. And if we try to push that down, what we're doing is we're creating a barrier between our self-belief, because then we know that we're not actually, we're creating a chasm, basically, between our self-belief and who we truly are. When we hold our self-belief and we know that, you know what, I might not actually be the nicest person when it comes to this sort of thing, or I know that I can't deal with this particular item, or I can't do this, we actually allow ourselves to go, I can take on a challenge, but I know that I'm going to need help here, and I know that I'm going to need help here. So the art of self-belief is actually about making building blocks. creating building blocks of this is what I know, this is who I know I am, this is what I know I can do, this is what I know I can't do, so therefore I need help in this space, or I won't take on this particular project, or I can do something different, which is really interesting. When you start knowing yourself, then you're going to come up against those little icky bits, and you have to start finding compassion for yourself as well. Because if you don't have compassion, you can't love yourself. If you can't love yourself, you can't believe that you are a worthy being of whatever it is that you're going to go for. So transformation and mindset, it's all about the inner working, but it's about the inner working of growth and challenge and creating something new. Self-belief actually supports that transformation by understanding who I am, the self-compassion that I hold, and recognizing that that is my alignment at this point in time. However, I can shift that alignment to create or to be able to sit into the challenge that I'm providing myself so that I can grow. So it's a very multifaceted item or understanding or belief system of self-belief. But when you start understanding who you are at the very start, that's when things can change. Now, many of us believe that that confidence will either come naturally or it won't. We will either do things really well or we won't. We might have to work a little bit harder, or we just might even give up. But between self-belief and self-confidence, it's very different, because you can hold self-belief within yourself. You can strengthen that and still not be totally confident in your actions, or totally confident that you may be able to work in a certain way. You might not be able to hold that confidence to do a certain job. But if you have self-belief, it will allow you to know that you can work on that, that you can build that you can challenge yourself, that you can grow yourself, that you can bring in tools and build the confidence itself. But if you don't have the self-belief in the first place, you're never going to be able to build that self-confidence. And you're always going to get tripped up with triggers of believing, I'm not good enough, I'm just putting on a mask and everybody's going to find out that I'm not this person. It's going to trigger the imposter syndrome. It's going to trigger all these other wonderful things that so many women get caught up, especially in business or with even in the corporate world, government world, that sort of thing. We get caught up with it because we've been so programmed to be confident rather than to believe in us as we are, and to accept ourselves at the same time. So we're always told that we can grow, we can be better, we can do this, we can do that, but we're never told just to accept ourselves as we are. Growth comes later. Acceptance is the main leg, I suppose, of self-belief, because if you have acceptance, then you can move forward. So it's an interesting subject, and I know that I go around and ramble a little bit because I find every single woman has a different perspective of self-belief, and it's usually based in what they've been told is what they're supposed to have, whether it's a format of feminism or if it's a format of toughness within the workplace or anything along those lines. We're told that we have to be a certain way. And it erodes on our self-beliefs because our belief system comes from our society, it comes from our family, it comes from all the outside influences. And we're told and we're taught really to stop looking inwards and stop accepting who we are and to be better, to be better, to be better, to be better in every single aspect. So for self-belief, when you have that self-belief, when you have that acceptance of who you are, because you know who you are and you hold compassion for who you are, and it works the other way as well, understanding and accepting your strengths, understanding and accepting that you shine, that you can rise to certain occasions, that you can do all the things that you can do. You have the power in different areas and that you own those skills. Then once you have all of that, that is what actually builds your self-belief. It's not so much about other people telling you that, oh no, you're really good at this, and so therefore you can do this. No, we don't build self-belief in ways of providing ourselves with exercises to strengthen our self-belief. We actually provide ourselves with self-belief by going inwards and accepting who we are and understanding and having compassion for who we are as well. So it's very interesting.
Absolutely. Yes, I agree. And as on a personal level or a business level, self-belief is, if we don't believe in ourselves, then others won't believe in us. And it's hard if you don't have the right mindset. And yes, we need to do that internal work to be able to draw out from ourselves the things that will help us in business.
Definitely. And what I find really interesting is with the concept of self-belief is that we're so hardwired to look at what we don't have. And when we can start looking back inwards and actually acknowledging what we do have, acknowledging how we can do things, acknowledging our strengths, acknowledging our skills, acknowledging our weaknesses, by bringing all that back into the fore, that's when we can actually start making informed decisions. We know what we're capable of and what we're not capable of. So therefore, we're going to make an informed decision. We can provide a decision on, yes, I'm going to take on this project, but I'm also going to take on this employee because they can fill the gap. And that builds confidence. Confidence is about doing. Self-belief is all about being. And I think that's a really big distinction.
Yes, totally agree. I mean, a lot of us we don't be, we do.
Exactly. We are so taught that the more that you do, the busier that you are, well, the more important you must be.
Yeah, no, not true. Not true at all.
That's right. And when you can have that self-belief and you use that self-belief to acknowledge who you are and then build into your self-confidence, that's when the transformations really start happening. But it all starts with that little nucleus within ourselves. Just like when we're born, we have that little spark of energy, we have that growth. It's exactly the same thing. So the more that we can know who we are and trust who we are and support who we are, the more that we can gain our confidence and make informed decisions, and the more that we can then be co-creators or creators of our life. And that's when the transformation really starts happening, because it hits every single part of our life. Not only do we start building our confidence, we also build our boundaries. We start going, yes, no, not yet. That's powerful, especially for women when we've been taught to sit in the background. And, I don't know about you, but I've got a much older father, and I learned that, girls go to secretary school and then they go home and get married, have kids, and cook for the rest of their life. So that's it, So we're sort of being pushed into that space. And I think that's one of the reasons why I love working with women so much, is to actually help them break out of that expectation of responsibility that they never had to take on in the first place, and to build that self-belief so that they can then start creating the transformation that they want to see in their life. Because transformation doesn't come just out of the blue. It'd be fantastic to win lotto and just, oh, my world is transformed. But it doesn't always happen like that. And if you don't have that right self-belief, if you don't have that mindset, everything will just turn out exactly the same.
Yep, day in and day out. And, you know, we really need to work on ourselves as humans, you know, regardless of gender, that, you know, we can't give outwards what we don't feel inwards.
Definitely, definitely. And could you, I think everybody's been in a position similar at some point where they might have seen a really good friend, or maybe it was a colleague that they thought was okay, maybe they trained them, whatever it might be, and then they got the big job and they're sitting back going, why? I'm just as good. Well, if you were just as good, why didn't you put your hand up? Why didn't you make the steps? Why didn't you allow yourself the opportunity to transform your career or transform your life, whatever it might be? Because that's all it is. Transformation is change, but it's change for the better normally. And that's where you've really got to look at. So one person will believe in themselves and have the confidence to go for it, and another person will sit back and going, well, I don't know.
Yep, that's true. I mean, I used to work for a government law enforcement agency, and you know, people that had started the same time I did got promoted, and I couldn't understand why. I was, you know, all out there and you know, doing all the right things, doing all the work and everything, but I wasn't confident, and it showed, and that's why I didn't get the promotions, because when it came time for the interview, I just wasn't confident. And, you know, once I started to show confidence, that's when I started getting promotions.
That's it. But you wouldn't have had the confidence if you hadn't have started believing that you were capable of the job and you needed to find a way to make it happen.
Absolutely.
And that's where it all comes. I've worked in government law enforcement as well, so I definitely understand some of the the interesting characteristics and barriers that can come up. And it really is, and I think for a lot of spiritual people or a lot of energetic people, they do have that barrier of authenticity as well. So, and when they are not in alignment with their own self-belief of what they expect for themselves, that is a major issue as well. And we see it all the time. But again, that's where you come back to know yourself, accept yourself, be compassionate with yourself, and then allow yourself to live in that space.
Absolutely, Cass. Thank you so much for sharing. Where can people find you if they want to learn more or to work with you?
Well, they can find me on Facebook at P.O.W.E.R Coaching, or they can find me on my website at www.bellcoaching.au. I'm on Instagram and all the things, TikTok, etc., but Facebook is always best. So definitely contact me.
Perfect. I've put the links into the chat so people can click on them and reach out to you. And I want to thank you so much for joining me today and for sharing your thoughts and your wisdom with us all. Self-belief really is something a lot of us lack, and so it's something that we have to learn to find within ourselves. And having someone like you that can help us do that is always of great benefit.
Thank you so much. Have a fantastic day. Thank you for having me, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Cass. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Our next guest is Isha Patel, and she's going to be discussing with us business energies and quantum leaping to success. Now, Isha is a wonderful person, and she's absolutely full of knowledge. And Isha is an international channeler. She's a speaker, author, and a healer. She is the founder of Origin Activation Method, a powerful multidimensional energy healing modality that is currently being taught to world-class coaches, speakers, and entrepreneurs. In the last 5 years, Isha has helped over 10,000 people awaken and step into their purpose with abundance. Isha now helps 6- and 7-figure transformational leaders 10 times their transformational abilities to make quantum leaps in their businesses for maximized profit, impact, and ease with Origin Activation. and I will share the link to her website in the chat directly. And I'd like to welcome to the Talking with the Experts Online Summit for 2022, Isha Patel.
Hello.
Hello, Isha. Long time no see. How are you?
I'm very well. Thank you so much for having me today. It sounds like you've had an incredible 3 days with all the different guests you've had on.
I have, and I've noticed that you're giving a training or a conference or something in Melbourne.
Yes, I'm actually about to finish packing as soon as I finish this talk today and then hop on a plane later in the evening.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I'll pop your details into the chat in a moment, but please tell us how we can find and use business energetics and quantum leap to success.
I love it, diving straight in. So yeah, this is really one of my areas of passion. And just to give a little bit of context, I'm sure you've had a lot of other people speak about these sort of business strategies and things like that as well. I guess for me, my journey really started off with looking at the energetic side of things, because I saw a lot of people out there that were, they were doing strategies, they were using funnels, they were doing marketing, all the standard things, which are great. I think it's really important to have those things. But one thing that I always did really differently was I always started with the frequency first. And so when I started my first business back in 2015, it was a brick and mortar studio in Perth. And one of the things I used to do is every day I went into my studio and I would ask, what is the number one thing that is required for me to do today? And so that simple question, that inquiry, is really what started my whole journey of understanding how business is always frequency. It's always energetics first. It's always the starting point to every success for me has been through that connection. So just to give you guys a couple of tips, I guess the first thing for me is really looking at knowing that when something comes into manifestation, so for example, a business, it could be something that you're manifesting, it could be a windfall of cash, whatever it is that you're putting your attention to, it always starts with the intention first. Because one of the biggest things that I realized was if you don't even have the capacity to visualize it or to even know that something is out there in the field, then how are you supposed to bring it into manifestation? And so the way that I was able to access those results that were bigger than anything I originally had imagined was by tapping into that space and asking the question, well, what else is there? What else can I expand into? And allowing my business to guide me instead of me just coming in with a plan or whatever, what to do. I personally have never had a business plan in my life, and it's fine. It's been great. I just think it's about listening to that frequency in the present moment and then responding to that to get those quantum leaps rather than following a step-by-step system or someone else's pathway to get the results that you want.
I agree. I think a manifestation is available to all of us, and we need to align ourselves with our thoughts and be intentional about what we want out of life, because the universe really does listen and give us what we ask for. So if we ask for really crappy negative things, that's what we'll get. If we always say we're broke, that's what the universe will serve us. Case in point, I've been chasing two really famous podcasters for the last 6 months, and they finally both agreed to come on to Talking with the Experts, and I'm over the moon. But I manifested it because I asked the universe to give me what I wanted. I was intentional about chasing them up and asking the universe, could it help me?
I love that.
Yeah. So I guess I know you talked a lot about quantum leaping in our previous chat some time ago, and I was really intrigued by the process of that. Can you explain a little bit more about what that is?
Yeah, so I guess the number one premise behind the concept of quantum leaping is that time is nonlinear. So if you believe that everything has a cause and effect and things have to happen in a certain order, then that's the experience that you have. When you realize that you can skip a lot of the steps and just get to that end result without going through all of the like the hero's journey or whatever that people go on, you realize that you can actually move a lot faster or accelerate through certain things using the power of the quantum field. One of the key beliefs that's necessary for this is the idea that everything in the universe is actually conspiring for you rather than against you, and it's funny, like people, like you say this and it sounds sensible, but then when you actually dive into people's psyches and you look at, like I spend a lot of time, coaching very highly successful clients, 7-figure entrepreneurs. And even then, like I look at the psychology that some people are carrying, and really the difference between the person who's reached that level of success and the person who's maybe just starting out or doesn't really know, it's really that belief system and that mindset. Because the people who've gone through and actually created these incredible things in this reality, they're really at that point where they recognize they don't need to go through and learn and make the same mistakes as everybody else. There really is that concept of standing on the shoulder of giants. So you can take on that wisdom, not just from reading books and podcasts. I mean, those things are great as well, but really from the energy field, there's a certain level of evolution that we have in the collective consciousness that is available to us. If somebody else out there has already created something or has already achieved something or has already done something, that energy pattern's available for us to access. So we don't need to then go and reinvent the wheel in our businesses and in our lives all day, every day. We can draw upon that wisdom from the energy field. So we can ask to receive those downloads through our dream states, through meditations. We can receive those downloads and integrate that into our body so that we can then act as if we already have that wisdom. So say, for example, you're trying to build a business and your first milestone is maybe getting to that first 500,000, say, right? And so, well, have other people out there achieved 500,000? Yeah, of course they have. Heaps of business owners have achieved $500,000. Heaps of coaches have achieved $500,000 in a year. So it's an attainable goal, and you're not the first person to be doing it. And so knowing that wisdom is already sitting in that field, you can meditate on that and you can ask to receive that guidance through your guides, through your ancestors, through the quantum field, directly from source itself, so that you can then embody that frequency of it already being done, because it's already done. The more challenging scenarios are actually the ones that haven't been done before. And they're the ones that I find really inspiring. For example, the 4-minute mile. For a long time, people thought nobody can run a mile in under 4 minutes. And suddenly one person did it. But the best part was, yeah, one person did it and then someone else did it and someone else did it. It's like all it took was that belief system to shift. Now, heaps of people have run in under 4 minutes, and it's just, it's a crazy how it works. Like the mind, it's like we need to shift that belief system of possibility. Look at Elon Musk. Like he's an eccentric character. I'm sure people have all sorts of opinions on him. But at the end of the day, he's got a vision to take people to Mars. And that's something that has never been done before. So there are people out there who are pioneering certain things, but for everyone else, you don't have to. I think that's the beauty of the field, is that you can take the bits that you don't need to pioneer because someone else has already done it. You can be grateful for it. And I think one of the biggest mindset shifts we need to have, especially in the coaching space, and I see this in mentoring and stuff as well, is that there can be this competitive streak. It's like people want to have the satisfaction of like, yeah, I did it. I've gone through the mud. I've got my scars, and look, there is definitely value in experience. I'm not saying to bypass everything. I think there's definitely value in lived experience in particularly the coaching space as well. But at the same time, it's like, if every single person on the planet right now spent, a few decades of their life reinventing the wheel for themselves, we wouldn't evolve as a human race. And so I look at the bigger picture and go, okay, cool. What are the things that I can draw upon that are already existent in my reality that maybe I can learn from somebody? I can, hire a mentor. I can read a book. I can meditate on this. What can I draw from the quantum field that's going to support this? So if somebody else took, say, 10 years to work something out, maybe I can do it in 1/10 of the time. And this is what I see with my clients as well, because so my modality, Origin Activation, which I think we spoke about previously, it's an energy healing modality, and it's something that I created without a lot of knowledge of the industry at all. In fact, I created my modality before even being a Reiki master, before doing any of those things, which is quite ironic, you know. And I'm glad I did it that way, because it meant that I could bring things through the field that were untainted. I didn't have a lot of belief systems for those principles to attach to, and so I created something that was very new for me. And when I did that, it took me years to explore and fully figure out, you know, how to fully access that quantum field, how to get to the 0 point, how to facilitate healings. And all of that knowledge was guided from my guides who support me. But the best thing was, when I started guiding other people through my practitioner trainings, what took me about 7-8 years to figure out, they were doing in less than 24 months, because they had something in the field to draw upon. Of course, I had, you know, mentoring and guidance as well. And I think that is a part of it, but it was already in the field. And so later on, when I transitioned my courses from doing one-on-one to more group level stuff, I thought at first it would be more challenging to get that many people through to that same level of achievement. What happened was, as people started doing these weekly activations inside my group, the people that came in like 2 years down the track, they were getting results in 3 months that took the previous group maybe 9 months to achieve. And so it was just the power of the collective field. As new people keep stepping in now, they're getting results a lot faster. They're getting the access to the field that we've already created. Whereas the people that joined my course maybe 2.5 years ago, when we first launched this program, I remember back then we used to spend an hour and a half on every activation, because we'd take a lot of time to get in, we'd really go deep in the work. And then maybe about, I think 10, 11 months later, just naturally, it felt like we didn't need that same amount of time. Instead of taking an hour and a half to really go in and spending like 15 minutes coming out, we were just able to get in there. And so we cut the session times down to an hour, just because we didn't need it. Like, we just didn't need that same amount of time. And every new person that came in, now we're doing the same activations in about 45 minutes, you know, with time either side, just for like chatting and stuff. And so, yeah, I've seen that acceleration happen as a result of the field really supporting and embedding the concepts that we're bringing through. So each person that comes through now, there's going to be a point where people are going to receive the activations in 5 minutes, you know, or less, like 60 seconds instantaneously. Like, we're really getting to that point of acceleration where we're utilizing the field rather than going through the process so much.
Yeah, and I mean, everything is energy, isn't it? You know, whether it's money or you know, things that you don't think have energy. I mean, we are energy. We are just a whole bunch of energy, and if it's not channeled in the right way, then we don't get the outcomes that we want. But we get what we ask for.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think, you know, I mean, my biggest transition in the last couple of years as well has been moving beyond manifestation. And I've spoken about this on other podcasts out there as well, where, you know, there's a lot of people focused on the manifestation side of things. What I discovered was that there is actually a space beyond that. You know, when you talk about quantum leaps, there's only so far that'll go until you get to a point where it's not even about achieving your goals and desires anymore. It's actually just about being in service. And I think that's the piece that I care about most, because it's like I got bored of manifestation. I mean, after you get the house, the car, the partner, like, you get all the things, you go, well, what do you do now? Well, then you're available. You're actually available to serve. And I understand not everyone's at that point yet. You know, people are at different stages of the journey. Some people are still figuring out that they can manifest things. And I think that's a really important part of the journey, because if you're transitioning from never having manifested anything before to understanding that that is a thing that you can do, then there's a real value in that journey. What happens when you get past that point, though, is you go, okay, now I know I can manifest. I know very confidently that the universe responds to my intentions and the frequency that I put out. What happens next? And I think that's the space that I'm really excited right now, because I think you can have even bigger quantum leaps in that space. On the first day of this year, I put an intention out there that I wanted to hold my Global Awakening Summit. And I said, we're going to have 1,000 registrants. I said, that's it. We're having 1,000 people. That's the end of that. I just, you know, really set that. And on the 1st of January, you know, everyone else is out there partying and stuff. I went to bed like on time, early, before midnight, you know, didn't even stay up. I got up first thing in the morning and I get out my flip chart and I'm just planning this entire summit. I'm putting all the energy. I had a friend stay over. I kicked her out at 10 a.m. I said, I need to go meditate. You can disappear. I said, I just need to focus on this summit. And so I just put all this energy into it. And I said, I wanted to create this thing. But then what I did was also surrendered it. And I said, look, you know, God, if you want me to do this, I will serve these 1,000 people. You just bring them to me. And so that's when I started working in harmony with the divine will. And I said, look, I'll show up, but you bring me the audience. And then I let it go, you know, then we put out all our promos and did all the things, and we got like 1,200 people register. Now, the reason why that was such a big deal for me was the previous events before that had typically been capped at around 100. So I'd gone 10x on any other event I'd ever done before. And that's what I mean by people think you need to, you know, first you get 100 people, then you get 200 people, then you get 500 people, then, you know, there's a slow progression. Whereas I was like, look, I'm going to skip a few steps in between. I'm going to go from 100 to 1,000, and that's the way it is. And I just did. And so the next event that we're running now, we're doing an 11-11. I want 20,000 people at that thing, you know. I'm like, I'm not going to sit around waiting 10 years to, like, you know, go through that. I've just said, this is what we're doing. And I've said the same intention. I want 20,000 people to join us for this 11-11 activation. And that's just how it's going to be. And I don't know, I'll keep you posted. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I'd like to hear whether it works or not. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, so I guess, you know, how do you help people reach, you know, through your programs, you know, to the point where they can actually skip the steps and absorb the energy that's out there?
Well, our core program is the 5D Empire. It really is about taking people into what I call the 5th dimensional higher frequency of consciousness. And we do weekly activations that just, they really teaches my community how to access those frequencies for themselves. I'm a really big believer in the teach a man to fish philosophy. Instead of me doing it for people, I actually teach them how to do it for themselves. And it means that after a couple of years of being in the course, people do have all the skills they need to get out there and, you know, tap into the quantum field to put those manifestations out there. Like usually within a few months, people do start to see results. Like I've had clients that have manifested cars, houses, partners, they've healed themselves. I see a lot of spontaneous healing in the group. Actually, it's a big part of that, because as people release those old beliefs or those old structures within their energy field, the part of their body that was holding on to that, it just releases, it just heals itself, you know. So yeah, a lot of activation work. And then occasionally for people that are ready to go a little bit faster and they want to move through and maybe even do practitioner training, then I do work one-to-one with a very select group of people as well. And that's usually what I do. And the other aspect of my work is doing planetary work. So a big focus for me is working not just with, you know, people like individually or in groups, but actually working with collective energies. And this is something that I feel like I've really realized in the last few years that not everyone has the capacity to work with collective fields. I mean, most coaches do a lot better actually in one-on-one or small group sort of settings. Whereas for me, I've always had this vision on the actual grid lines of the earth. So when I do my work, one of the things I teach in the 5D Empires, I teach people how to access the ley lines, the grid lines, like the earth fields, the flower of life geometries. And then we do work in specific locations as well. So sometimes I'll take people out and do retreats to certain areas. Like for example, next year, it's quite likely that we'll end up doing a 777 gateway activation in Sedona. And so those types of events, they're more specific to the exact alignment happening at that time. It's in a specific location for a specific reason. And those things are, I mean, I don't even know how to put words on it. The last time I did a one-on-one, a retreat with a client, the alignments were just through the roof. Like the location was picked so specifically and intuitively guided. And when we got there, we realized that she had all these connections to that place that I didn't even know about, you know? And I mean, I was just listening to my guidance, like, where should I take her? What should I do? And then I picked a specific place. It's only when we got there that she was like, you have no idea how meaningful this is for me. And I was like, wow, like it just kind of worked out, you know? So yeah, it's little things like that where it's about bringing people into their higher alignment, but also in alignment with the ascension frequencies and the planetary frequencies, because I think that's where a lot of the work is right now. Yes, we can sit around, you know, going through money blockages and, you know, chakras and all that sort of stuff. But the part that really lights me up is how do we shift the whole planet's frequency? And that's what we're doing on the 11-11 gateway. It's actually about the whole planet. We're going to bring together 20,000 people. And I remember in the year 2018, there were heaps of groups, not just me. Like I was running a thing myself, but there were lots of other people as well. And together as a collective, we actually shifted the frequency of the planet. And if you can Google this, in November 11, 2018, scientists actually measurably measured this phenomenon of this. They said the planet rang like a bell. It was this like mystery frequency that nobody could understand. And for 20 minutes on the 1111 gateway, the planet was literally vibrating. But the strangest thing about this phenomenon was that there was no actual like evidence of that, in the sense that that type of activity should have caused earthquakes or some, you know, some sort of tangible experience of that. No one felt a thing, and yet these waves, these vibrations were picked up all around the planet for 20 minutes on that gateway. And so I see the power of us coming together as a collective and doing this work. And that's the bit that really lights me up, because it's not just about the individual level, it's about the collective level and the planet as a whole, and knowing that we can contribute to that.
Yeah, I think the planet could really use some vibrational help at the moment. There's just so many misfortunes happening, and I don't know how we're going to change all of that negative energy that's hanging around.
Yeah, well, I think the biggest thing I've learned is that we can. I mean, I've been working with planetary energies for years and years. I mean, that's where my work started many, many years ago, was actually traveling around the globe doing planetary work. Well before I was coaching, before I was running events, any of that stuff, it was all the planetary stuff for me. And ultimately, I built the business to facilitate the planetary stuff, because traveling costs money. And I thought, well, you know, I needed a way to generate the funds to be able to then go and do the earth work. And so my coaching business was based off just a way to kind of, you know, facilitate that. Of course, it's evolved a lot in that time, and, you know, and then I really got into coaching for a while, and have been really quite passionate about helping people as well. But that's how it started for me. So yeah, I guess the biggest thing for me is knowing that it's possible and that we can. Because when I started running little ceremonies in my studio, we would have literally like maybe 12, 13 people in a room, and we would focus in on a particular area or a particular frequency or some, you know, whatever galactic flow was coming through. And then, yeah, and then we would look at the news headlines the next day, and some, like, it would have shifted. I'm like, holy moly, you know, like there was one particular activation I remember so clearly. We did it on, I think it was I'm trying to think, it was a 4-4 or a 6-6 gateway. It was one of those monthly gateways, because I was running them every month at that time. And for that particular gateway, we were focusing in on the Nile River. And there was a whole connection with the Eridanus constellation. And I went through a whole presentation, explained all the connections galactically, macrocosm, microcosm. And then I took this group of people through this ceremony. And as we were doing this activation, we could feel all this shifting in energy, like the Nile River being completely cleared out. The next day, we see a peace treaty between Egypt and what's the country next to it? Totally lost my mind.
Jordan, Palestine.
It's the one above, slightly above it, that the Nile River runs.
Syria?
Yes, yes. And there was some peace treaty that had just happened around that time. And I was like, that's nuts, you know, like we're sitting there, 12 people in a room doing a ceremony. Then you turn on the news the next day and we're seeing like these like peace treaties coming into place. And I was like, this is crazy. Like, you know, and it's so easy to say, oh, like, you know, it's just a coincidence. But I mean, we know what happened. Like, yeah, it was just a small group of us, but we saw the impact of our actions. Just within 3 hours, we shifted the planetary frequency through one activation. So imagine what would happen if we had 1,000 people doing this every week, or 10,000 people doing this every week. I think there's a real potential to combine forces at this time and to really come together as a group and do this work for the planet, because it's so needed right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, I totally agree. It's just, there's so much happening. And how can we, I guess, dispel the negative energy that surrounds certain people within our proximity?
Well, look, the one thing I always teach is you can't change or fix somebody else, right? I mean, people are on their own journeys, and I think it's so important to have a level of compassion for where they're at. If somebody, you know, if you're looking at somebody and you're placing those judgments and saying, oh, well, they have negative energy, that, I mean, that may well be true. I mean, they might have a lot of negative attachments, who knows? But ultimately, it's not our job to judge that. The only person who gets to judge is God. And, you know, for me, I've really come into a space where I go, okay, how can I shift my frequency so that maybe I'm either not attracting these energies in the first first place, or not being affected by it. Because I think that's the sovereignty. It's like there's a real thing in the healing space, particularly, you know, people talk about being empaths and stuff, and they sit there and say, well, you know, I'm feeling negative because they have negative energy. And it's just the blame game, to be honest. I'm going to call it for what it is and say, guys, like, we are responsible for only our own frequencies. And so I look at my frequency and the people that are surrounding me, and if I'm not happy with an interaction, or if I'm not happy with the way somebody's energy is affecting me, I heal that in myself. Because who am I to judge somebody else and where they're at in this stage of life? It's their soul's journey, and they have every right to go through whatever evolution that they need to go through. Of course, it's important to recognize, you know, to the point where if something is actually toxic to the point where, you know, it's affecting you, maybe there's like physical harm or emotional abuse or something like that, then really the only thing we can do in the most self-loving way is to remove ourselves from that situation in the best way that we can, you know, and really just honor our own internal state of being. Because at the end of the day, if you're really tapped into your heart space and you're really tapped into your inner center, no matter what someone else is doing or saying or how they're behaving, you can find that stillness in yourself. And I think that's where that transcendence comes in. Instead of thinking, oh, I need to fix them, or I need to cut cords with them, or I need to, you know, put up shields all around my heart so they can't get to me. It's like, well, what if you just lift your frequency into love? Because ultimately things can't attach to your energy field if your energy is just vibrating at a higher level, you know? So the best, like, if you want to say it this way, the best revenge is just transcend it, rise up, bring more love into your heart, be more compassionate, bring more loving frequency into your own being, so that even if other people are behaving in ways that you don't necessarily agree with, even if they are projecting energy into you, really the best thing you can do is send love. You know, and I know it sounds all like, you know, sometimes when I say things like this, people will say, oh, but this is just love and light bypassing and stuff. But at the end of the day, it's like, you're not responsible for someone else's frequency, unless the only situation where that would change is if somebody has come to you and you're in a session with someone and there is an agreement that you're going to help them shift their energy field, then you can help them shift their energy field. Other than that, leave people alone. Like, you know, just let them be and just work on yourself, because ultimately it's your connection with the earth. It's your connection with source. It's your connection to your inner heart frequency. And if you can radiate that so bright, then that's all you need. That's really, and you know, you will see the ripple effects of that anyway. Like, me doing the work has ultimately impacted my family, but one of the biggest things I had to learn was not to impose it on them. And there were times when my parents didn't want to hear about my frequency shifts, and they didn't want to hear about my starseed connections, and they still think it's a bit weird sometimes, you know, but that's okay. Like, it's fine. You know, I've learned to love them as they are and not expect that, even that understanding or whatever from them, because it's their journey. And I think that's the piece where, if you really get that, that's that next level of evolution in your journey, where you get to be sovereign in your own frequency and just let people be.
Yep, that's really good advice. Thank you for sharing that.
No worries.
Isha, where can people find you if they'd like to work with you, or, you know, take one of your courses or programs or seminars or whatever the case may be?
Yeah, absolutely. So the best place to find me would be through my website. If you go to originactivation.com, or if you just go ishapatel.com, I'm pretty easy to find. I'm on all the platforms. You can find me Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. My YouTube channel has a lot of really great stuff. And also for people who are wanting to start on the journey, I have an incredible free meditation that I would love to give to you guys. I call it the 4 foundation practices. And if you go to my website, originactivation.com, you can find the download link for that. It's a really great way just to get started. So that practice is the one that teaches you how to connect to earth, how to connect to source, how to keep that central alignment. There's a couple of really great practices in there for maintaining that love frequency throughout the day as well. I find a lot of people who are sensitive to energy, they really benefit from doing these practices in particular.
Yeah, I need to learn to meditate. I can't seem to clear my head enough to meditate unless it's a guided meditation. I find it quite difficult to do on my own.
A lot of people do say that. It is one of the most common questions they get asked. And it is why I created this as a guided meditation, because look, guided meditations, they're like training wheels. Ultimately, when you're a bit more experienced, you do want to get to the point where you can self-guide yourself through the processes. And when I first used to teach the 4 foundation practices, I would get people to do it on their own. But then all of our clients are like, Isha, this is really hard. Can you give us a little something? And so I created this guided meditation with beautiful music in the background. You know, it's really nicely done so that you can just listen and let yourself be a bit receptive in that, it's a really great starting point. So for someone who's never meditated before, committing to the full foundation practice as a daily practice is probably one of the best things that you can do for yourself.
Wonderful. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for joining me, and good luck in Melbourne.
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure chatting with you, Rose.
Thanks, Isha. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That was the lovely Isha Patel talking about quantum leaping to success. Our next guest. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it allowing me to have a bit of a break. I needed to get some lunch. I was a little bit hungry today. So we've had some amazing speakers over the last 3 days, and I'd just like to recap them. On day one, we had the lovely. Well, he is lovely, I suppose. Jussie Lukonen, who just talked with us about hope through trust and trust through belonging, and it was a very informative talk, and I really enjoyed it. And then we had Ben Paul, who talked about how to build business networks that convert, and then Brian Asingia, who talked about a cashless society and the future of business, and that was an interesting conversation about how, in years to come, maybe 20 years or so, we will become cashless and won't rely on paper money or coins in the future. And the next speaker on day one was Donna Ferguson, who spoke with us about the law of attraction and manifesting for business. I loved her presentation, and her story is very touching, in fact. Tanya Davies then came on and talked to us about to enjoy success in the slow lane. So, how we all need to sort of slow down and take our time rather than rushing around and being busy. It doesn't serve us at all. Celeste Lustosa came and talked about how to stop spending and start investing in marketing. Marketing is key to a successful business. And if you don't market yourself, then, put yourself out there on your social medias or your email list or whatever the case may be, then you're not doing yourself a good service. Liz Fleming came on to talk about how to become super efficient in your business, and she is the efficiency queen. And I loved her presentation on some of the things that we could do to make our lives in business and in personal more efficient by, just labeling things and automating things and outsourcing. My very good friend Prosper Teravinga came on and explained to us how we could all generate hundreds of qualified high-ticket leads like clockwork, and he showed us a system that he uses, his blueprint that he has, and how it can be used to gain those leads effortlessly. That was a big word, wasn't it, Rose? It's not even payday. And then Alan Stevens came on about and discussed with us how we could read people, and what are people really saying about us, and how to read the signs on their face and their body language, just in their demeanour in general. And then Regina Smithwick came and asked us to wring out our sponge, and you'll have to watch the video to find out what that means. And to do that, you go to Eventbrite and look for Talking with the Experts Online Global Business Summit 2022 and purchase a VIP ticket, and that will give you lifetime access to all of the videos from over the 3 days, as well as the gifts that the presenters have kindly offered up to any of our VIP members. The ticket cost is 77 Australian dollars, but you get like thousands of dollars worth of resources, plus all of the information that's contained in the videos. There's lifetime access to all of those videos and resources from our presenters. So head on over to Eventbrite and get your VIP ticket today. On day two, we had Kathy Nesbitt, and she discussed with us laughter being the best medicine, and how we could use laughter to yoga, and how we could use tapping to calm ourselves down and use laughter to have a better life rather than, being in the doldrums and all sad. How to use laughter in times of adversity. Sharyn then shared with us how to work less and earn more and gave us some strategies on how to do that. Amanda Hill, the lovely Amanda Hill, discussed with us her take on overcoming uncertainty and increasing resilience by building courage. And she shared with us some of her personal stories, and they were quite fascinating and absolutely a pleasure to listen to because she's just got such a soothing voice. Ali Sugars is one of my other favourite people on the planet. She shared with us 7 steps to become a passionate and confident leader, and some of her tips were absolutely enlightening. I hadn't thought of some of them, and we all need to become confident leaders. Now, whether it be in our business or in our personal life, when we are leaders of ourselves, and we need to learn to use the skills necessary to be our own leaders, and to be our own leaders then can help us to lead others in a more compassionate way. Serena Robertson, who is a ball of fire, honestly, she's just a ball of life, came and discussed with us how to have a magnetic brand and the steps that you need to take to, brand yourself correctly, and how she could help each and every one of us brand ourselves and our business through the power of video and photography. So I loved her presentation. It was colourful and very on point. Susie Manley came on next and discussed with us building an online community, and spent over an hour with Susie discussing how we as entrepreneurs could build our online communities, not just as in Facebook groups, and we covered that quite extensively because Susie has quite a number of her own groups that she manages very well, I must say, being a member of them, but also how to use Facebook itself, so your business page or your personal profile, to build a community around you. And Susie shared a couple of software programs that can be used to aid us as business owners in that journey of building online communities that are more aligned with who we are and what we do. Bruce Wade then shared with us a effective story sharing and how to connect with your customers, and he gave us insights into 4 cards that he uses and how to structure your stories and how you could loop around back to the beginning, even within one story. So that was really, really interesting. I found that quite fascinating, and I'm just waiting on his email to share those tools with me so that I can share it in the VIP membership group, so that they have access to those tools. And then today, so far, on day 3, we've had Sharon and Hank Uloff, and they shared with us the most effective way to get your marketing ready for 2023. And they shared tools, techniques, and tips on how we as business owners can help get our marketing ready for next year. And they shared a couple of resources to the listeners here, but you must send them an email and mention my name, otherwise you won't get the resources. And just as a heads up, that this video is available until midnight today, the 6th of October 2022. So that's midnight Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Once it hits midnight, the video will come down. So you need to watch the replay and get those resources from Hank and Sharon. Natasha Bazilevych was on as well, and she discussed with us how to speak with power and she went through each of the letters and which creates an acronym. And for that acronym, she had some steps to take to become, effective speakers and presenters. Linda Reed Enever shared with us how to monetize your experience and and power up the access to your knowledge. And she shared some resources with us, which are links to those are in the chat. And they were very generously, thank you so much, Linda, for doing that. And showed us how we could create an ebook in minutes. It was just didn't take very long at all. It's quite interesting. Cass Bell shared with us the art of self-belief and mindset transformation, and how, having self-belief in ourselves, it goes a long way into becoming better people all around, not just business owners, but in our personal life as well. And Isha Patel discussed with us business energetics and quantum leaping to success, and what quantum leaps are, and what it means, and how we could align ourselves better with our vibration and lift the planet up, and lift ourselves up, lift our business up using quantum leaps. Also, I have a beta course at the moment. I'm only allowing 10 people in. For $497, you work with me for 30 days to learn how to podcast. Now, I use the Opal system, and Opal stands for organize, produce, assemble, and launch. And there are steps in each of those to get your podcast up and going, from learning about your legal requirements right through to how to actually launch your podcast. So if you'd like to take or find more information out about this beta course, please send me a private message and put 30 days in the as a comment, and I'll get back in touch with you, and we'll arrange a 15-minute chat to see whether we are a good fit to work together. And because it's a 30-day blended program, so you get, not only is it a group, but you get to work one-on-one with me as well. And so I can help you get your podcast up and going in 30 days or less, if you are so inclined. Now, I'm just waiting for my next guest to pop on. That's Angela Cedrin, and Angela's going to be talking about what, if anything, is possible. And I can't wait to hear that, because what if anything is possible? How do we find out if anything is possible? And yeah, so she's expected in the next 5 minutes or so. If she is better, she was unwell the last couple of days, so we'll just see how she goes. I haven't received any messages yet, but just we'll hopefully she'll be here. I earlier today gave a presentation on how to give effective PowerPoint presentations. So if you want to watch that back through after this video, this live finishes later on this afternoon, yeah, please do, and learn the steps that you need to take to have more effective PowerPoint presentations. Whilst we're waiting for Angela to come on, later on this afternoon, Dr. Raman K. Attry is going to be joining us and discussing how we can learn faster in our professional business in the era of speed. And that'll be an interesting topic. Then Tony Dimitriadis is going to join us, and he's going to share with us his 5 secrets to a financially rewarding, tax-efficient lifestyle business. And finally, I have the lovely P.O.W.E.R. She's going to be talking about fearless leadership, and I can't wait for that. She's a very, very knowledgeable person and an award winner on several levels. So I am really looking forward to chatting with her today. Welcome back. Yes, one of my guests has actually turned up. I'm still waiting for the other 2, but they may have got the times a bit confused. So I'm going to bring on Tony Dimitriadis, who is an accounting and advisory. He runs an accounting and advisory firm, and he specialises in helping ambitious business owners build a financially rewarding, tax-efficient lifestyle business. Tony is a certified practicing accountant and has successfully run his firm, AD Partners, for over 20 years. And he is the author of Build It and The Money Will Come, released in April 2017. Business owners have been educated and have gained experience in providing the products or services they do. Unfortunately, what they haven't been given are the resources and training to financially manage their business. So ultimately, the people that Tony ends up working with, he helps them to create a plan for their future, and has a structure that's appropriate and helps them to become financially savvy, to meet all their commitments with the right systems and achieve the financial rewards to take control over their business and their life. Welcome, Tony. I hope you're there.
I'm here, Rose. Can you hear me?
I can and see you. Thank you so much for joining me, and thank you for coming early. We've had a little bit of challenge with people, time differences and so forth. So yeah, it was. Thank you for so much for being early.
Not a problem at all.
Yeah. So how have you been? Are you well?
I am very well, thank you. Yes, enjoying this time of year as we get into spring and the weather starts to get a little bit warmer and
A little bit, yeah. Still not warm down here. It's freezing.
Yeah, well, it's not quite warm enough, but it's looking up slowly.
It is getting there, yes. Tony, you're going to be giving us your 5 secrets to a financially rewarding, tax-efficient lifestyle business. And I'm looking forward to your presentation. So please take it away.
Terrific. Well, I might just bring up a little slide if I may.
You may.
And you can tell me if you can see that okay. Can you see that okay, Rose?
Not yet.
Maybe I should hit the share screen first, eh?
Always helps, yes. I sometimes forget to do that as well, so don't you worry. I was giving a presentation earlier this morning and I was babbling away and realised that I couldn't see my slides, and because I hadn't shared the screen.
Now, which screen are you seeing? The presentation screen or?
Yes.
All right, terrific. All
No,
right.
I'm seeing the other screen. I'm seeing with the notes.
Oh, okay. Let's swap. Is that better?
Much better, thank you. All right, take it away, Tony. I've already given people an outline of who you are and what you do and what you offer, so the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Rose, and I really do appreciate the opportunity to chat with all of the viewers today and the attendees. So thank you very much for your time. I do appreciate it, and I know it's very precious, busy in your own respective businesses. So today I wanted to talk about how to build a financially rewarding, tax-efficient lifestyle business. The slide there is headed "Future-proof your business," and as Rose has said, these are the 5 key principles that we work on and help all of our business owners to to end up getting the maximum benefit and return from their business. So this is really about helping ambitious business owners who want to achieve their personal goals, whatever they might be for you. Ultimately, you want financial stability and control over both your business and your life. And sometimes, particularly in recent years, that probably hasn't been the case for some. You want a lifestyle that enables you to have more money in your pocket, more time to use it any way you want. That's the ultimate from a business owner's perspective as we see it. The number one reason, however, why businesses fail is got nothing to do with your ability to provide the service and or products that you do. It's all about not financially managing your business well enough to survive or thrive. So cash flow and financial management is the biggest reason why businesses fail. So as a result of that, the reality is that you need a high level of financial intelligence in your business to be successful these days. And if you don't have it, you need to make sure that you have someone supporting you that does. So either you need to get it or you need to get someone alongside you that does. So we say that you can achieve this by really ticking off these 5 key principles. The first is strategy, which is about deciding what you want to do and where you want to go with your business. The framework about getting the strategic plan together, assessing where you are now, deciding where you want to go, and then charting the most efficient course between the two. The second, structure, making sure you've got the right structure that can save you time, money, and a lot of heartache and stress. The wrong structure can really become quite expensive, can be complicated, or simply just cost you too much money. The third area there is statutory, and that's really understanding what your compliance responsibilities are. The reality is, in your own businesses, you'll have many compliance responsibilities. The financial ones from the ATO, from ASIC, from the State Revenue Office, Titles Office, Work Cover Authority, superannuation provider, banks, is endless. So being on top of those is critical. The fourth is systems, and systems are about trying to manage everything is critical, and having the systems in place so it can be as efficient as humanly possible, and to have your money managed well, to be on top of things is critical, because you're not going to be able to achieve your goals without that. And finally, support. As an ambitious business owner, you're probably trying to do everything yourself. The reality is you can't, and at the very least you shouldn't. So being all things to all people requires a standard that I don't think any of us have, to be truthful. So just that's a recap of the summary of the really key 5 areas that I want to talk about today to really get on top of your financial management and really generate the money and the benefit out of your business. So just deep diving then into each one. With regards to strategy, there's a famous quote by Benjamin Franklin: "If you fail to plan, you're planning to fail." So really, this is a matter of understanding, where you're going. What do you want to do in your business? What do you want to be known for? Defining a mission. A business mission is about defining your goals, your ethics, your culture, your behavior, and it really defines not only what your business does, but what you do as the owner of that business for your customers, for your employees, and for the community. With regards to your vision for your business, it's more a clear and concise long-term goal. What do you want to do? There's a great book written by Jim Collins, Built to Last. I recommend it to anyone out there that's a reader, and it's really about the vision being big, hairy, audacious goals. What do you really want to be known for? And then defining your values. What are your principles? What dictates your behavior and your actions, both from a personal and professional point of view, and really making sure that they're aligned with your business. Because that's when you're really going to generate the maximum benefit, not only for yourself, but for your clients out there. So having established that, you then really want to break it down into smaller, more immediate chunks and start to get a business plan together and start setting 1 to 3 year goals. So we can talk about the big stuff, the umbrella, and then we really need to pull it back and to really narrow down your focus to those shorter term thinking and goals that you need to meet in the next 1 to 3 years, you know. And there's, I'm not sure whether any of you have heard out there, but you know, there's what's known as a SMART goal setting system, and that's one way to really set effective goals. So SMART is the acronym for specific, measurable, assignable, realistic, and time bound. So it really means being very specific about your goals and your targets. You know, not so much wishy-washy, but saying, I want to, you know, increase my revenue by X%. I want to increase my workforce by, you know, 4 people. I want to, you know, add another business premise, another location. I want to branch out interstate. Whatever it might be very specific about it. How are you going to measure that? You know, be very mindful that just saying that is one thing, but putting in place systems to actually measure that and how you're tracking towards it. Assignable, you know, who's going to be responsible for that? Is it you? Are you going to delegate it to one of your staff members? Obviously, being realistic is important as well. You know, we do want to push ourselves with our goals, but, you know, we need to be realistic, you know, making sure that they are actually attainable. And time bound, you know, put actual time frames on each of these goals. You know, when we talk about, do I want to, you know, increase my revenue by 10%? Is that this year? Is that in the next 6 months? You know, put time frames on each of those goals, and that way you can see how you're measuring against them and what you might need to do if you're not achieving it, or if you've overachieved, maybe you haven't stretched yourself enough. So that whole planning piece is really important, and really understanding what you want to achieve in business. Obviously, having done that, you then need to understand exactly where you are now. Now, you might be saying, well, of course I know where I am now, but really deep diving into your current financial position to get a very clear picture of how you're going. So obviously reviewing all of your financial statements and really deep diving into the numbers to understand, you know, what your revenues are, you know, what all your costs are. And that can be said not only from a business point of view, but from a personal point of view, because sometimes as business owners, the two can overlap. And we want to try and separate them as much as possible and really be analytical and critical about, you know, where we are and what we're doing from a numbers point of view. One effective exercise when doing this is what's called SWOT analysis. And that's really about understanding, well, firstly, it stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So the exercise requires you to reflect on your business's internal strengths or weaknesses, and also the external opportunities and threats that might be out there. So, you know, what do you do well? You know, what is your strength? You know, taking advantage of that strength in the marketplace. What are the weaknesses internally in the business? You know, is it people related? Is it system related? Is it the offering that might not be as complete? And really working on those. The opportunities and threats are sort of the external factors. So what opportunities are out there? You know, what void might there be in the marketplace that you and your product or service can potentially niche and benefit from? What are the external threats? And there's probably a lot of those. Some we can't do much about, but understanding what they are. You know, they might be competitor related. They might be, you know, the market conditions at the time. So really deep diving into, you know, all of those aspects really gives you a clear understanding of where you are now, but also the areas that you can improve on and really benefit yourself and have a stronger business as a result. So once you've done that analysis, you'll have brought to the front of your mind some really important issues, some good and maybe some not so good. But the truth is they're all good because you've brought them front of mind, and they're issues then you can do something about. So having assessed then where you want to go, where you are now, it's then how you're going to get there. How do we get from where we are now to where we want to be? And that's, really looking at things like, the use of business benchmarks, KPIs, obviously taking action and measuring your performance. Business benchmarks are really just a gauge. They're not about you trying to be the same as your competition. They're about understanding what the market and the competitors within your market are doing, and see where you sit in amongst that and see how you can improve and better that. Another benchmark is the return on investment. You put a lot into your business, time, effort, money. You need to make sure that you're generating the appropriate return from all of your efforts. Key performance indicators, KPIs, are internal measures that you can improve in your business. And I like to think of them as levers that you can pull and push, in the direction that you want to make sure that you're generating, the goals that you're setting yourself, whether that's, increased turnover, whether that's lower expenses, a mix of both in terms of more profit. Do I want to achieve a higher margin for the product or service I'm delivering? So all of these things you need to really dive into, and you need to create these things as a measure and tool to help you improve along that journey, so you can get from where you are now to where you want to be. So once you've done all of that, you need to keep in mind that this is not a set and forget process. You really need to be making sure that you are measuring your progress along the way, that you're tweaking your goals along the way, whether you're over or underachieving them. But you need to be really taking action and doing the things that you need to do to get things done. So that's really the strategy piece. The structure piece is, there's another quote I like to throw out from Anna Kendrick. She says, "I thrive in structure and I drown in chaos." And that's, true across all aspects, but particularly business. And the foundation is the most important part of any structure. And that holds true for business as well. The benefits of having the right structure is that it can save you time, it can save you money with regards to tax, it can provide flexibility when it comes to distributing profits or adding, removing business partners. It enables you to grow without any adverse effects, gives you the peace of mind knowing that you're set up potentially not only for today, but for well into the future. If you don't have the right structure, on the other hand, it could cost you dearly in terms of money and then ultimately, your business, because all the hard work is not generating the return that you're looking for. So how do you work out what the right structure is for you? Well, you need to understand, obviously, what structures there are and what your options are, but then what are the things you should think about when assessing which one is right for you. So the four main structures from a trading business perspective to operate either as a sole trader, as a partnership, as a company, or as a trust. And each of those four have their advantages and disadvantages, and understanding which one is going to be best suited to you really is about understanding those things that you need to think about that's important to you when choosing the right structure. Those things are asset protection, tax minimization, the cost, the ease of administration, and succession planning. So these are all the things that you should be thinking about because they're going to impact which structure is going to be best suited to you and your business and your particular circumstances. And once you've done that, generally, the structure chooses itself. The third area is statutory. So this is the compliance side of business. And there's another great saying, a great quote from Joshua Charles Stamp. And he says, it's easy to dodge our responsibilities, but we cannot dodge the consequences of dodging our responsibilities. Might sound clever, but it's incredibly true. So you need to make sure that all of your statutory compliance is met on time and with complete accuracy. Because if you don't, you're potentially going to be hit with penalties, interests, and extra costs to fix those problems. So it really is a critical area. So the types of statutory compliance that we're talking about, firstly, tax. Tax can be a dirty word to many, but within tax, there's various types. There's income tax that you'll pay on an annual basis. There's GST that you'll pay either monthly or quarterly. There's pay-as-you-go withholding that the amounts you withhold from all of your employees. There's pay-as-you-go installments that you'll pay from a business point of view, which might be the old terminology is provisional tax, so the tax you're paying for the upcoming financial year. And then there's the ATO themselves, and really understanding how best to deal with them to make sure that you're meeting your requirements, or if you're not quite up to date, how to best manage that. Because the ATO is one organisation you don't want to get on the wrong side of. Other than tax, there's superannuation. So as we know, the current superannuation guaranteed charge responsibilities at 10.5% of the gross wage of all of your employees. So that needs to be met. Understanding that clearly you need to do that for your employees, but you may also need to do that for some of your contractors, and understanding which contractors would fall under that requirement. Those that are essentially one-man bands, the sole trader types that are predominantly working for you, they would likely fall under that category. If you're contracting other larger businesses, then obviously that's not likely the case because they'd be managing their own. So really understanding those sorts of things is very important from a superannuation point of view, because these things now are controlled by the ATO as well. The superannuation guarantee charge is managed by them. And if you're not paying your superannuation each quarter, then you have to actually prepare what's known as superannuation guarantee charge statements and lodge them with the ATO. And then all of a sudden, you're under the spotlight with the ATO for your superannuation on top of all of your tax. Workers' compensation is another compliance requirement, covering obviously injury for all of your labour employees, and again, contractors, those that would fall under that employee-employer type relationship. Other statutory compliance items are payroll tax, land tax, stamp duty, etc. So if you're starting to deal in property, a few of those come into play. So you can see that there's a number, many, in fact, statutory compliance obligations placed upon you and your business. And being aware of them is one thing, but being set up to manage them well is another. I like to say knowledge is power, but management is success. And really, managing these things and being on top of them is going to be critical. The fourth area is systems. And there's another little saying by Charles Atlas: step by step and the thing is done. And really, systems are about putting in place steps and processes in order to undertake tasks that are done within your business. So whether they're back of house or front of house type tasks and responsibilities, having systems in place to manage them, to make them as efficient as possible, is critical. because you want to maximize the amount of return for the effort you and your team are putting in. So having systems in place is critical. Now, at a high level, you need to be looking at managing your cash flow, managing your financing, and troubleshooting any problems you might have. So cash flow is a big one because, as I said at the beginning of the presentation, cash flow and financial management is the number one reason why businesses fail. So really understanding your cash flow position, understanding the difference between cash and profit, money in, money out, the ATO, rears its ugly head again, overcommitting to expenditure, and preparing cash flow forecasts. So in this area, a lot of business owners tend to focus on profits rather than cash flow. So they might, check their financial statement and say, oh yeah, I'm generating a profit, things are going well. But this is where problems can begin if we're not focusing on the cash aspect. So, put simply, your cash flow is money you receive from your customers and your clients, and money you pay out to workers, suppliers, the ATO and others. And there are three big killers to your cash flow. The first one is slow paying customers, which is obviously something we don't want. So where you're offering your services on credit, then, slow paying customers can really put a strain on your cash flow position. The second is your commitment to the ATO and really be on top of all of your tax, GST, super, etc., all your statutory compliance obligations. And the third is overcommitting expenditure. The way you manage your stock of materials or your equipment that you require in your business. People can overspend and have a little too much on things that they don't need. Generally speaking, a lot of those things on a day-to-day basis are readily available. We understand that in the immediate current climate, there's been some issues for businesses that do rely on stock and materials that come from overseas. But outside of that, generally speaking, you should be able to manage that reasonably well. As I said a moment ago, it's actually possible to be making a profit and yet still be experiencing cash flow problems. And that is simply a matter of timing, of collection of money that you're getting in from your clients and money that you're committed to paying, staff, suppliers, and others. So simply by making more money doesn't necessarily solve your cash flow management issues. It's important to put those strategies in place to be able to be collecting the money sooner, paying the money out, when you need to, and having enough in there to manage that. And that really then leads into the issue of working capital, because working capital is just that. It's the payment to suppliers, the work in progress that you might have, that you might be undertaking in your business, and then the receipt of customers. So, you're outlaying money, you're doing work, and then you're getting paid. So the more you can get paid up front before you start certain services or provide certain products, then clearly the better off your working capital position is going to be, and overall your cash flow position is going to be. So really managing your payments to creditors, you're managing your work in progress and your collection from your debtors is going to be critical. And this is where, we tend to be so caught up in the day-to-day delivering of the service that we do, that we don't really pay as much attention as we need to from a cash perspective, making sure that cash flow is flowing in, as much, if not more, than it is obviously flowing out. The third aspect in this systems area is finance. And finance, can be a real benefit for your business. So generally, you can finance your business operations and investments from 4 key areas: from debt, being a loan from a bank or another third party; equity, a build-up of your own funds; introducing an equity partner, potentially taking on an investor; or your internal profits that you're generating out of the business. Now, each of those, has its own sets of risks and advantages, and working out the best option for you will be determined by, your ability to access debt, what equity you might have, the profits that the business is generating, and whether or not you do or don't want to actually be introducing an investor or a equity partner. But, really understanding, all of those options, particularly if you need a significant injection of funds, is going to be critical. And, making sure that your business is set up to, get the best possible finance option to manage that is going to be very important. Troubleshooting, things like preparing financial statements on a regular basis. Too many business owners are probably not reviewing their financials on a monthly or even more regular basis. They might be doing it quarterly at best, or 6 monthly, or God forbid, sometimes annually. You need to be looking at your financials on a regular basis. You need to be comparing your actuals to your budgets. We talked about, preparing budgets and those plans. You need to be, seeing how you're tracking in comparison to those. You need to be reviewing your terms with your suppliers. You need to be reviewing your terms with your debtors. You need to be on top of reconciling accounts. And there's no reason in today's day and age, with technology the way it is, that you can't have your financial reports up to date 24/7 at the touch of a button. So doing all those things will really help you manage your cash flow, your working capital, and ultimately the financial management of your business. The final area is support. So support is critical. As I said earlier, as a business owner, sometimes we fall into the trap of, trying to do everything ourselves. And sometimes as a business owner, we'll feel like we're on our own. We'll feel like we're managing the entire business and there's no one around us to help. Now, that's silly. There are people around to help, and it's a matter of choosing the right people in your team to be able to help you in your business. Your industry places many demands on you outside of the financial demands. So making sure that you're covering those bases is really important. As I said, we fall into the trap sometimes of trying to do everything ourselves. We can't. So you need to put the right support team in place. So from a financial management point of view, what do you need? Well, you need your own chief financial officer or CFO. Now, the reality is many businesses, particularly small to medium-sized businesses, can't afford a full-time CFO. So what do? Well, they can potentially look to get a virtual CFO. So a virtual CFO is essentially someone who performs the same role, but on a part-time basis at the fraction of the cost. So you can still get access to that personal financial advisor, someone who becomes your trusted source of financial information and perspective, someone that you can trust to help support you, works closely with you in your business, to help you make the right business decisions to improve the financial management of your business and ultimately the financial performance of it. There's someone there that can be the sounding board to provide some financial advice. And in these challenging, shall we say, economic times, A virtual CFO will provide you with that valuable insight and help you navigate your way through, because it's tough, and it's even tougher if you're trying to do it all on your own. So you can use a financial, a virtual CFO to take advantage of that level of expertise that was previously not available to you. And that can really do wonders for your business. And so outsourcing this part of your business makes perfect sense. You know, I like to say, if you want to go get fit, you might engage a personal trainer. Well, if you want a financially healthy business, get yourself a virtual CFO. Doing so is going to resolve a lot of your financial management issues. And you'll no longer have to base a lot of your financial business decisions on gut feel, because you'll have sound, informed financial advice at your fingertips at all times. So why would you do it? Why would you engage a virtual CFO rather than doing it yourself? Well, I'll touch on a few of those things. Time is one of them, because you simply don't have the time to do it all. The knowledge is obviously critical, having the expertise behind you. The financial management and the business decisions. There are different ways as to how you can work with a virtual CFO. Probably the most common is on an ongoing support and advisory basis, because that's really the true benefit you're going to get from them. But you can also work on a fee for service basis, a job by job basis. They can provide what might be considered standard services in terms of financial management and tax and accounting, or some specialised services outside of your traditional tax and accounting services that you might be using today. How do you choose the right virtual CFO? Well, obviously, you need to be looking at their qualification, their experience, their industry knowledge, the communication, analysis, strategy, risk, technology, and their passion. Making sure that they tick all those boxes is important, because this is someone that's going to be your trusted offsider, someone that's going to be there with you to help you support your business. So if they don't meet that criteria, then they're not likely to be the best person or team to support you. So you should be doing some research on them. You should be looking that they meet that criteria. Some of those things can be easily determined, qualifications, experience, etc. But other things, you'll need to meet them to understand whether they do meet all that criteria. So, interviewing them is something that you should do. They're no different to anyone else you would employ in your business. So really deep diving and getting a feel for that person and the team behind them, and making sure that there's someone that aligns with your values, your beliefs, and has the ability to be able to support you, because ultimately you want them to be with you along the journey right throughout and supporting you. So it is really critical that you do select the right person and team that can help you in that regard. So they're the 5 key pillars, if you like, to financial management. And if you can tick those 5 boxes, you are well and truly well on your way to being financially successful. Because not wanting to continue to harp on it, but the number one reason why businesses fail is got nothing to do with your ability to deliver your service or your product, but more about not financially managing your business well and ending up with some major cash flow problems and ultimately having to potentially shut the business down. And certainly, I'm very passionate about helping business owners, and I certainly don't want to see anyone, having to be in that position. And hopefully, you've got some value from my presentation today, and you go out and consider whether or not you've you've ticked those 5 boxes, or whether you've ticked, certain aspects within them. If I can be of assistance in any way in the future, please feel free to get in touch. Rose, I think that's about it for me, unless anyone had any questions or you wanted to have a chat about anything specifically.
Oh, look, that was absolutely amazing, Tony. Thank you. I want you to come back on the podcast and give that presentation.
Happy to do so, Rose, at any time.
Wonderful. Yeah, it's really it was so comprehensive. I can't believe it. I can believe it because you're very thorough, but it's what's involved in having a CFO, even if it's a virtual one. There is a lot more than just having a QuickBooks or a MyOB application on your laptop, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I think, to be fair, business owners, and I'm going to be as respectful as I possibly can, probably don't give enough weight to the financial management of their business. I mean, they're always, considering and concerned about the amount of money in the bank account and, how profitable they are and so forth. But they're probably not, paying enough attention to the holistic aspect. Some whine and complain about tax, and that's totally understandable. But really managing all aspects, because we're certainly not accountants and advisors that are just going to sit here and lodge your tax returns. Yeah, sure, we could do that, and that's certainly a small part of what we do. But that's really not going to help you much, because you could probably go to H&R Block if that's all you want. But really, having that financial support in your business is critical. And as I say, not many businesses can afford to have a full-time one sitting in the office beside them, but certainly they can. Most businesses can afford a virtual one. And sometimes if it's a small business, you start small and you grow along with it. But making sure that you're considering those 5 aspects and putting in place as much as you can to make sure that you're ticking those boxes is going to go a long way to help.
Yeah, I agree. I think we, as business owners, we don't take enough notice of our financial position. We look at our profit and loss, but we don't look at all the other things that are involved in having a financial partner, I guess. Really.
Well, it's because we're busy. As business owners, we're all busy, and the main focus is to deliver the service or the product that you're delivering, and that's pretty much your sole focus. And then on top of that, of course, we're putting out hundreds of fires every day, because things pop up throughout the day, and we're busy tackling all of those issues, and we're all consumed in that sometimes the financial aspect sort of gets pushed aside a little, but that's where a lot of the problems end up. And if we're not keeping a close eye on it, that's when those small problems become big problems because they haven't been tackled early enough, they haven't been sorted out, fixed, and then as I say, that damning statistic ends up becoming reality.
Yeah, and tax compliance in Australia is one of the strictest countries in the Western world with tax compliance, and next to the United States, I think. But yeah, and so a financial partner can help you, with that compliance and steer you in the right direction so that you're not, cheating, your staff members of their super or underpaying their wages or all those sorts of things. So there is a lot to consider as a small business owner, what you need to be responsible for, and finances is one of the big ones that as you quite rightly said, that we're all busy and we don't think about it, but it is one of the most important things. I mean, even a financial partner could help you with your financial plan. If you want to go to get a loan at the bank, they could help you draft one.
Yeah, absolutely. There's many aspects to it, and there's, I mean, I tried to cram in as much as I could in our
You
session
did very
today.
well too, I
But,
must say.
there's probably a bit more that we could have got into, but it's really about having the mindset that this is a very important part of your business, and a part that you probably don't have the skill and expertise in. And even if you did have some experience in, that you probably don't have the time, because your time is best spent focusing on, managing the business, delivering the service, making sure your customers, are looked after. So this part of the business is best, essentially outsourced, as I said earlier.
Absolutely,
Get the right
Tony,
financial
sorry.
partner for your business.
That's correct. Where can people find you, Tony, if they want to use your services, or just find out a bit more about what you offer?
Well, they can find me at our website, www.adpartners.com.au, or they can contact me directly at tonyD@adpartners.com.au, or contact us at the office on 03 9349 3499. And if they mention that they've come through here, Rose, they'll get a little gift on top of having a free financial assessment.
Hey, wonderful. Thank you so much. That's so generous.
No problem at all.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So yeah, Tony, it has been a pleasure. Thank you. I will send an email and get you to come back on and give this very same presentation, because I think it's very well, it's full of information, and I think it's a worthwhile presentation to give business owners, especially now we're into the new financial year already. It's heading close to Christmas, and people really need to be starting to think about getting their finances in order for their business.
Absolutely. As I said, more than happy to, Rose, at any stage.
Lovely. Thanks so much, Tony, and I will talk to you very soon.
Terrific. And thank you very much for the opportunity today.
You're very welcome. It's my pleasure.
Bye for now.
Bye. That was Tony Dimitriadis, and that was an absolutely wonderful presentation about how we can, be more tax effective and get our business, our finances into shape for long-term business growth. And so I thank Tony very much for giving up his time today to deliver that presentation. And our next guest. I hope you've enjoyed the summit so far. I know I have. It's been an absolute pleasure to introduce you to all of these wonderful, wonderful presenters over the last 3 days. They have shared some phenomenal information with us all, and I will be sure to invite them back again for the next summit in March. It's, I'm just so full of gratitude that they gave up their time for today to present, what they love. And it's been such a pleasure to listen to all of them and to speak with all of them and to learn a little bit more about what they do. And I'm hoping to invite some of them back on Talking with the Experts, which, by the way, is available on SoundCloud and on YouTube. And I would love you to go and follow me on SoundCloud at Talking with the Experts, or on YouTube at Talking with the Experts, and give my channel a bit of love. I'm only 8 away from the 100, so I'm waiting and waiting to get up to the 100 so I can actually change the name of it rather than having that big, long, huge alphanumeric title behind the thing. I don't, it's doesn't look very nice. I don't like it. So I'm only 8 subscribers away. And so if you feel called to go over to YouTube and go to Talking with the Experts, find me on there and give my channel a bit of love, I would so appreciate it, so I can get up and going. Talking with the Experts also is available on Spotify, on Apple's podcasts, Google Podcasts, and iHeartRadio, along with Stitcher, I believe, as well, and a few others that I didn't know I was even on, but I am, because they're affiliated with the major podcast platforms. So yeah, so Talking with the Experts is about all things business, by business owners, for business owners, and I've recorded 365 episodes since the 13th of July 2020, and you know, my 365th episode was just as engaging and exciting as my first episode back in 2020. And you know, I love all of my guests, and I just so appreciate the time that they give up to talk to my audience, you know, visually or audibly, you know, either way. So it's such a pleasure to meet such a diverse group of business owners from around the world. And yeah, I've got two like really exciting guests coming up in November. I really can't wait to get out there and promote them. I am so excited. I manifested them somehow. I don't know, but the universe was listening to my call, and yeah, they've agreed to come on, which is amazing. I'm so grateful. I'm also, as I said, grateful for the speakers that have come on in the last 3 days. I'm totally blessed, to be honest, that, you know, they gave up their time to be with me and to share with you their knowledge. Wow, 10 minutes. Let me see if I can, I don't know, find podcasting. Do you want to become a podcast wizard? Now, come on, you've got to try it at least once, don't you? Become a podcast wizard. I mean, there's so many benefits to podcasting. It's a great return on your investment. You find new customers, because most people are listening to at least one podcast a week, and you know, it builds authority and credibility for your business. It's a no-brainer to have your own podcast. And I mean, compared to the 600 million blog posts out there, there are only 2.5 million podcasts and only 66 million episodes. So, you know, and there's 40 million YouTube channels. So podcasting really is quite in its infancy at the moment. And so, you know, you want to get in whilst before the platform gets, you know, too crowded. I mean, 2.5 million is, you know, might sound a lot, but as I said, against blog posts, which is 600 million, you know, really it's an opportune time for business owners to get themselves out there and share their knowledge and expertise with the world, other than just through social media platforms and, you know, their email list. And, you know, you can build your email list through your podcast. You get obviously collect the emails addresses of your guests, and, you know, you put a call to action on your podcast for people to contact you or to book a service with you or buy a product. And you can sell advertising space on your podcast as well, you know, depending on the advertising rate depends on how many downloads you get. So you can't just sort of pluck a figure out of the air and hope that it lands. It does depend on your conversion rate in your podcast. The going rate, I think, is about 28 cents per click at the moment. So it's, you know, it doesn't sound like a lot, but, you know, if you've got an audience of, you know, 25,000, you know, it does add up and you can charge accordingly. And I'm actually got a beta course at the moment. I'm only open to 10 people because it is in beta for 497 Australian dollars. Runs for 30 days. It's a 30-day blended program. So it is a group environment, but you do get one-on-one coaching from me. And it goes through my Opal formula, which is organize, produce, assemble, and launch. So, and then there's branches off from each of those. So, you know, if you want to, or are thinking about starting a podcast, then, you know, please feel free to reach out to me. Send me a private message and put 30 days, and I'll get back to you with a booking link, and yeah, and we can go from there and find out, you know, what your challenges might be around podcasting, or and you know, if the course is right for you, because you know, I'm obviously going to be the 10 people that are into the beta program. I have to be a good fit. Well, my next guest is here, the young lovely fur whale, and I'm really excited to hear about what she has to share. Now, Fur, just one moment, I'll let her in first before I go any further, because she might leave me, and I don't want her to leave me. Hello, my dear, are you there? Still getting herself organised. So in the meantime, I will let you know a little bit about Fur. Fur Whale is an international keynote speaker. She's a writer and a best-selling author who also runs trainings, events, and co-authorship for women. Dedicated to creating fearless female leaders through the power of public speaking, mindset, and primal wisdom. Repowering women with the knowledge that they were confident. Their confidence is personal and they are captivating by default. She Talks, which is Fur's business, trainings deliver a transformational experience that empowers women to create clear, powerful messages that they know will land, whether it's with a large audience or just that one important person. She Talks is creating new benchmarks in the field of public speaking and speaking events, the future of feminine leadership and women's networks. And this is what really goes into success that lasts. Once women possess an unshakable foundation, no longer having to wrestle with nerves, invalidation, or imposter syndrome, they are captivating performers who get to revel in delivering their message.
Oh, Rose, thank you. Great to be with you today.
And you, it's lovely to see you. I haven't seen you for a couple of months.
I know, and we're in lovely complementary colours, blue and pink, my favourite colours. So it's lovely to see. You know what? Our confidence really is something very personal to each of us, and it's something that it's not a conversation that's out there. And what do I mean by confidence is personal, and why is it important? Well, you know, we have this idea about a generic kind of confidence, and it's supposed to be outgoing. We project our voice. We look this certain kind of professionalism. And what that can do, and I know because this is my experience, and it's certainly my experience with participants who have come through my platform, is that leaves us thinking that if we're not that, then we're not confident. If we're not that, then we're not professional. So this kind of cookie cutter generic idea about what it looks like to be confident has to just be thrown in the bin. It has to just leave because it's not serving us. I have a question for the listeners, and that is, have you ever gotten up to speak and felt, well, actually gotten up to speak as the expert and felt nervous and felt like you didn't really do a great job because you know about what you were thinking, you had those nerves inside, and yeah, me too. But no one really can tell a whole lot, but because we know that we were nervous, we struggle with accepting that we did a good job, and we struggle to take on praise, which is not a great place to be in. And I want to ask, what did you do to try and change that? Maybe for many people, they've taken on public speaking, generic kind of public speaking, where we're taught where to move, where to look, and how to act, pretend to be confident. And unfortunately, this leaves us with imposter syndrome because our authenticity doesn't have a place in pretending to be confident. We're essentially acting to be someone else. We're acting out a role. And this leaves us with not only imposter syndrome, you've come to get rid of those nerves and perhaps even fear of public speaking. And what I've noticed, and this was my story, is I actually ended up afraid of public speaking when I wasn't, because I'm acting, and I just kept thinking, people are going to catch me out. They're going to catch out that I'm not really this. Rather than getting up in front of an audience, being authentic and accepting that you may look a little nervous. However, what you get to know yourself as is someone who is accepted, someone who can take risks, someone who can make it happen. And you get to realize that with each invitation that you accept to speak, you evolve and you transform into that great speaker that you know that you can be. So maybe fear is running the show for you, or nerves, and that is just not an enjoyable way to do public speaking. And to evolve that, what do we need to do? Well, one, we need to practice public speaking. There is nothing in comparison to a real lived experience of getting up to do speaking. It wires us, it prepares us. And like I said, it allows us to know ourselves as the person who can step into those places. And I have an acronym for fear, and actually I might leave that for now. I think I might close with that. So we want to be not any kind of speaker, and we don't want to be that kind of speaker that we've been told to be. We want to be authentically us. So that is, of course, going to take practice. It takes practice to being authentic. I mean, I know we're sort of like, oh, but I am authentic. I'm just being me. But if you have a look at the narratives that you're running when you get up to speak, you might actually realize that you're not quite bringing all of authentic you to the forefront. You may realize that you are actually faking it a little bit. So when I started public speaking, I could not tell anyone that I had this fear of public speaking because I'd already started as a speaker. I was meant to look like a professional, and that trapped me with feelings of, what if someone realizes? What if someone finds out? What if they discover that I'm faking it? And so I would see perhaps someone, just thinking, and their eyes would go up, and I would assume that they were rolling their eyes at me because they knew. They knew that I was faking it. They knew that I was not really who I was presenting myself to be. So if you can relate to this, know that from that mindset, you are not able to truly inspire or truly transform your audiences. And that's what I wanted to do. I didn't want to just be a good speaker or give a nice speech. I wanted to truly reach into the hearts and the minds of every single listener, to inspire them, to transform them. And to do that, we have to be willing to be vulnerable and to let ourselves be truly okay with the discomfort of looking nervous, feeling nervous, and knowing that we're not going to fall apart, that no one's going to throw tomatoes at us or boo us off the stage, and we're not going to die from getting up to speak and looking nervous. So new speakers are being created all the time, every day, through this generic way. And it's a real band-aid approach to get up to fake speaking. It can leave you with, there is a little bit of that leaves you feeling better, because at least you feel like your audience doesn't know that you're nervous. And so you kind of feel like you've pulled it off. There is that. But for centuries, we've had public speaking training, and it hasn't done anything to disappear fear. So why are we still having to disappear fear? Because the trainings don't work. So let's start from, you can't doubt your ability to be a great speaker because you have been given the wrong tools. You cannot doubt your ability to be confident just because your confidence feels like it's missing. Of course, it's missing in those situations. If you're not feeling confident in a new situation, know that, or if you're not feeling adequately prepared, know that that's because you've been using the wrong tools, the wrong strategy, the wrong approach for you. And even though when we're authentic, there's that vulnerability and we feel nervous, those things don't seem to matter. They take the back seat because this other part of us is saying, I've got this. You see, when you're faking it, what happens is you trigger your survival mode. And that survival mode, when you're up talking, feels more pronounced and your confidence feels like it's nowhere in sight. But when you're accepting that you're going to be authentic, that you're going to be comfortable with the discomfort of getting up to speak, that you might look nervous, because it is inevitable that when we're in new spaces, when we're starting out, that we might not be great, that we might doubt ourselves, that we might fail at delivering the best talk. But knowing that it is inevitable with each time we practice, that we are on the road to becoming a great speaker. When we have that as our mindset, now our survival mode doesn't need to be on alert. Now we know that we've got it. And now being nervous, having feelings of nerves in the body and the mind don't really seem to matter quite so much. So that is really the place that we start. That's where we start. We start with being authentic. We start with knowing that it's inevitable, that it might not be so great to start with. However, with practice, that we will indeed become great. You can't doubt your ability to be a great speaker because you haven't been in that situation before. It's new. You're adapting. Let yourself adapt. While adapting to a new situation, you get to actually access another part of your brain. So if you're not in survival mode, what are you accessing? Yeah, of course. You're accessing your higher intelligence centers, your wise mind, your information. Now you're tapping into your powerful source. And you're not shut down and limited by worrying about trying to look like you have it all together and look like a professional. Throw looking like a professional out the window. That should not be your main priority. You will in fact look like a professional when you're relaxed. You will in fact look like a professional when you're able to deliver your content with passion and drive and clarity. So take this on. This is the starting place, because confidence is always there with you. I have my confidence t-shirt on today. Confidence is in fact inbuilt. It's always there with you. If you ever think that you don't have confidence or you feel like your confidence is waning, just shift any unresourceful thinking out of the way. Stop engaging it. Stop entertaining it. And know that you were born confident and that your confidence is personal, that if you're quiet and softly spoken, which I often am, you can get a microphone. People can come closer. People will learn to listen to you. That is still you being confident. Confidence is personal. It comes in so many different varieties and it can change from day to day. So remind yourself, you were born confident, and protect your confidence, protect it. Don't let anything come in the way of that beautiful confidence of yours. So all of that, what might go wrong, move it out the way. All of that, what's possible for me, what I can and can't do, what I should and shouldn't do, move all of that out of the way. There's nothing as important as getting up to speak as yourself before you're completely ready. Yes, I just said before you're completely ready. As yourself before you're completely ready. Why? Because that is how you train yourself to not be afraid of public speaking. Your whole nervous system, your whole mindset will get wired to know yourself as someone who faces everything and risks. Faces everything and risks. That's the acronym, FEAR. Faces everything and risks. When we come face to face with it, you know, suddenly we realize it's not some big, hairy, scary monster that's going to gobble us up. Suddenly we have the tools to manage it. We know what to do because we know what we're dealing with. And we also get to tell ourselves it's inevitable. I've stepped in, I'm in the arena, I'm in the mud. I'm not in the stands as an onlooker. I'm not telling myself, I know I can do this, but you're not doing it. You're actually on the floor, on the ground, in the arena, doing the work. How powerful is that? How empowering is that? You don't even have to have it all right. Even a perfectionist will feel the glory in that. So nothing can perfectly replicate a real lived experience. So take those bigger opportunities. Now, you might not want to be public speaker, but you will need to speak to promote your business. So know that I had to practice to be where I am. We all must practice to get to those places that we want to go. Putting yourself authentically in front of an audience is when we transform that, do I really have what it takes? That's when we transform, who am I to get up and speak like the expert? That's when we transform that anxiousness, those nerves, and that fear of public speaking. So face everything and risk. Take this on, write it down, facing everything and risking the inevitable that you might not be great to start with, that you have what it takes and you will eventually become great. So may you always powerfully speak, hear, empower, and transform your listeners and yourself. This is where we start. Thank you, Rose. I've loved being here. I don't know how long I've spoken for, but that's it. That's what I've given.
Thank you so much. It was wonderful. Yes, and public speaking is not one of my things. So yeah, that was very helpful. And yeah, you're right about the training. There's so much training out there, you know, and I know the hand gestures, you know, you need to have those. You need to have a certain amount of body language.
I'm gonna jump in and say something there, which is, and this is, I know 100% for myself and through the 4,000 participants who've gone through my training, you don't need to learn any gestures whatsoever. None. I know that sounds radical and contradictory, but here's the thing. This is why I say in my bio that I am founded in primal wisdom. Primal wisdom is that innate knowledge and wisdom that we carry within us. When we start from the place of not learning, gesturing, when we start from the place of bringing authentic presence forward, what happens is you watch when you just have the instruction of, when you get up to speak, one of the criteria is that you are authentically present and you use your gestures. We naturally gesture. We naturally do that to highlight what we're saying. And then we don't get these cookie cutter gestures. And then, Rose, this is what happens. Each speaker becomes unique and highly captivating, extremely captivating, because now we're in their world. Now we can really feel their intention. There's a real, in human behavior, which I've studied, there's a real disconnect when we use other people's gestures. When I first learned public speaking, it was this, we had to do this. And it just, for me, that looks ridiculous to do that because it's not my gesture. There's an incongruence there. And so when people watch, they can say, oh, there's a professional speaker. She's trained, but they're not getting that. I don't know what it is, but I just couldn't take my eyes off her. I don't know what it is, but there's something, I just really believe that talk. When we're left to our own devices and we're encouraged to bring those things forward, we naturally gesture in a way that is really powerful. So there's no need to learn. Oh, and also, you know, this whole thing about if you wanted to know that you've moved from Australia to Sydney, you've got to move across the stage and let people know I was in Melbourne, now I'm Sydney. We don't need to learn that either, because what happens is we do that naturally. We move around and indicate that naturally. And what happens is, instead of having to remember, here's where I need to gesture here, here's where I need to move there, then I've got to remember my talk and I've got to try and act confident, which leaves people more nervous. I have public speakers who've gone through big name trainings here in Melbourne and training in America, and they've come to me because they have imposter syndrome. They are still nervous. And some of them are like, I wasn't afraid of public speaking before, but I am now. I don't get it. Because they've got all these elements that they're supposed to remember in order to be great. And they're nowhere in sight. And so their mind is doing two things: remembering their talk, trying to connect with the audience, and trying to do all of these elements: the gesturing, where to look, how to speak, how to get the tone right, the cadence. And if they just were themselves, all of those things happen authentically, organically, naturally. Honestly, I have seen so many women who've gone from being an average speaker to getting on the TEDx stage and just totally captivating audiences. There's nothing beats authenticity. It's captivating by default.
Absolutely.
So,
that's why I don't like having to learn to, you know, move your hands to this, and, you know, the if you go to the right, then you've got to go to the left, and, you know, I don't like any of that, because I gesture. I use my hands all the time, and to me, it's what I do. And if I have to think about other things, maybe that's why I don't like public speaking so much, is because I can't. You're taught not to be yourself, but they say be yourself. How can you concentrate on all these other things?
it's incongruent, it's a contradiction. Look, if you think about children, right? Think about yourself as a child, or if you have children in your life, think about children. You know, watching children, they have inbuilt confidence. You know that they're not afraid of going up to strangers and speaking. They're not afraid of speaking in front of an audience of people. I saw a child once at a party that I went to with my family, and this kid's like, oh, I got this new toy and I want to show off my new toy. And they were looking for the people that they knew, but they weren't in the room at that point. So that child just went to everyone in the room and said, have you seen my toy? Like, I want to show you my toy. Kids don't have that fear. We adopt it. We're trained to be fearful in life, you know. If you think about school, when you had to get up to speak, there was never an issue with that until we were going to get marks on delivering a paper. Now that's a different thing. But if we're encouraged to just, whatever you do is right, if that's the place to start, then we've got no fear around it. Then, now I've done community theatre, I've done stage all my life. So there is definitely a place for learning performative public speaking and for learning storytelling and story showing, but they don't come till last. They're not at the beginning. If you learn those at the beginning, oh my God, you might never speak in front of an audience again, because it's so overwhelming. We get overwhelming just with a list of things to do in a day, let alone there's so much to learn as a public speaker. If you had all that dumped on you in the beginning, you've got fear of public speaking. If not, at least your fear, your nervousness doesn't go away. You're stuck with it. And that's what I get. I get women coming to me who are like, I don't get it. I've been speaking for years and I'm ridiculously nervous and I feel like I have to cover up. I have to act fake. I have to fake being confident. So children, we look at children, we know that to be true. Think about a time in your own life where you didn't have that in your way, where you could just perform ABBA performances in front of families and friends, my experience, or where you'd put a play on, you know, like campfire plays. That was just fun. And all we want to do as adults is come up with an idea and have that idea evolve, manifest. So public speaking is just that. We have an idea, we have a big idea, and we want to see it come to life. Public speaking should naturally be exciting for us. We should love the idea of getting up in front of other people and going, hey, would you like to hear my idea? Like, hey, would you like to see my toy? It's no different. So why do we have this problem? Why have we had it for centuries? And I'm honestly, radically going to say that it's because of the training that we're getting. And without it, and I've been, Rose, when I first started She Talks, I did it as a test pilot for a year. I'm a real research person, and I want all the facts, I want the data, I want the proof. So I did a research. I ran She Talks as a free day workshop in public speaking where I tried out different strategies and tools. At the foundation was, the only rules are practice being authentic and notice when you gesture and what your gestures are. And then what I discovered, that's when I discovered, oh my God, this really is true. Like I knew it was true for me, but I didn't know that it was going to be true for every single individual. And I was literally through these workshops, women were saying, this is weird. I've been trying to get rid of fear of speaking for either weeks, years, or decades. And here I am in a one-day workshop. And I was getting, even after 2 hours, women were like, I don't feel fearful at all, ever again. And I've checked in with those women because, you know, I love research, and they still are not afraid of public speaking. They know themselves as confident because they have the permission. They have the permission to be themselves. They have an understanding that there's not this generic one way, that they're trying to squish themselves into the mold and they don't quite fit. And it's so uncomfortable trying to be someone else. It's so uncomfortable.
It is absolutely.
Yeah, trying to gesture in the way that someone told you, and you're trying to remember. How can you get into flow and access your high consciousness, your wisdom, while you're down here in the lower centers trying to do all this physical stuff that someone else told you you need to do in order to be successful? It's crazy.
Or sexy.
Sexy. You look more sexy if you just be authentic. Well, there's that too, because you're not meant to look sexy or pretty, or you're meant to look professional. And when we get all of that out of the way, because seriously, those things come up for people too. You know, the whole, well, what does it look like to be a speaker? What's the answer? Listeners, what's the answer? What does it mean to be, what does it look like to be a speaker? Well, the answer is it looks like you, as you. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with you. I mean, I did a 3-day boot camp on the weekend just gone, and as much as I love the people that, you know, run the boot camp, I just get tongue-tied and I can't remember stuff, and you know, because I have to remember all these other things as well, and I'm only, you know, I can do it on camera, like if I have someone to talk to, but if I have to speak to camera and there's no one on the other side of the camera, then I get like, you know, I just don't like doing it. But
that's
you're right. It's because we're taught to be something that we're not, and you know, and we feel that we're being judged, and we aren't. In most cases.
Wait a minute, we are, but not in the way that we think. We're always being judged. Humans are judgmental. It's part of our survival. It's normal. Yep, I'm going to put that right out there. Everyone is judging. Put yourself in your own shoes and think about when you're in an audience. Okay, if you want to call it assessing, but it is still judging. We're assessing everything. Where does that fit in? Are you like me? Are you in my world? Are you in your own world? Like, we are doing this all the time. Are you friend? Are you foe? The way that you dress. Are you from this demographic? Are you from that? Like, these are just naturally things we do. Oh, I wouldn't have put those things together as an outfit. Or, oh, you're wearing your hair down as a professional speaker. Shouldn't you be wearing your hair up? Like, whatever we're doing, It comes through our beliefs, and we're assessing all the time. However, people just aren't wanting to boo us off the stage. That is a fact. People actually are wanting us to be good. And that's actually what we're afraid of. We know that they want us to be good. And if we don't live up to that expectation, now that's a problem for us. And it's not about belonging either, because we all belong somewhere and we have a tribe. It's not like we're trying to belong everywhere, because we actually don't want to belong everywhere. What it is we have this big idea. As I said before, we have these ideas that we want to bring to life, share them. And we also want to know that that's a great idea because we think it is. And that's what we're worried about, not the belonging. You know, it's the wanting to be accepted for our idea, at least have people interested, or at least have people say, I don't get it, but I really liked it, or I don't think that way, but I'm glad that you do. We want some kind of positive response back, and that's what we're totally concerned about. But to be honest, if you take it another step further, when you're really comfortable in your own skin, maybe we need to apply this to other areas of life when thinking about this. But when you know you're right, even if people say otherwise. And have you had that?
Yes.
So it happens from the stage too. When I know my idea is good, like right now, I could have people on the other side of the screen going, are you crazy? You don't know what you're talking about. That'll never work. I could have that. But the thing is, I am 100% sure of what I'm talking about. And I don't mind what judgment is coming on the other side of the screen. So there's this inbuilt natural confidence there because I trust myself. I know what I'm talking about. When we come from authenticity and practice trusting our inner wisdom, our inner truth, then we will speak it no matter anywhere, with anyone, at any time, and not fear the judgment, not fear people saying, don't know what, I don't like it, you know. It's so empowering, and it's truly the only way to approach this whole topic about speaking in public or even social anxiety. It's the only solution is to practice just being ourselves, and to practice, what do you have to do? Start before you're completely ready. To begin. It's the only way to get anywhere. Yeah.
You're right. You're very right. Yes. And you're believing in yourself. I think it's the self-confidence. It's not the confident. It's self-confidence, self-belief.
And not external validation. Yeah, you don't need external validation when you really do trust in yourself. And you will have those. And I mean, the other thing is when you're a thought leader anyway, so if you're worried about either having an opinion that's not going to be agreed with, or you worry about being too opinionated, all of that, just re-identify yourself as a thought leader and know that a thought leader will reach a smaller percentage than the person who's giving a more generic, nice talk. When you're a transformational speaker, you've got to get out on the ledge. And you've got to speak up, and you've got to say those things that are right there for you, and dare to break the norms, dare to rock the boat. You know, I mean, when I first started out, I didn't dare speak my opinions. I just did them inside the workshop, and I tested these theories that have come up through my entire talk now. And then I remember getting some rebuttal from, I actually got phone calls from 2 of the big speaking organizations. First thing they did was to tell me that I can't go around saying those things, that confidence is inbuilt, and I can't, you know, say that confidence is personal, and I can't say that the audience is judging us, because then what they're saying doesn't have credibility. And I didn't go into the conversation with them, but then the next call I got was to ask me to come and do their training for free. So yeah, right. I'm like, no, I said to them, look, that's great, you know, continue to do what you're doing if that's what you want to do, but I stand by what I'm saying. I stand by it, and I'm happy to be a small fish in the pond. I don't need to come and do their training and affiliate with them and be under their umbrella, because what I'm doing is what I'm doing is heartfelt and purposeful. It matters to me so deeply because I was that awkward speaker. I knew myself as, I was convinced that I would never get rid of my fear. And I was convinced that I was the most awkward person in the room, any room, even when I was alone. And I was convinced that I was the most awkward speaker, but something in me kept pulling me forward to do it, to conquer it. I wanted to know myself as someone who could do it, not that awkward, quirky little bird. And now that I know what I know, I want to share it with everyone, but however, I only work with women, but I want to share it with every woman, because there's something we know about women, is that women's empowerment is still necessary, because we still have these inbuilt narratives that have been passed down generation to generation. We still have these inbuilt narratives out there in the world, the soup of information. And then we have this family, I've forgotten what you call it, but when you pass down these traits, so we have these family traits of anxiety that are passed down through women, being nervous, shy, reserved, anxious, not wanting to be too opinionated, wanting to get along with the status quo. So we have these within us, and when we start looking and see them, and that's the whole getting face to face with it, when we actually see it, and I know I'm going over time now, but when we get face to face with what those narratives are that are running the show, well, then they we get to see them everywhere. It's like, oh, I've identified that I think I shouldn't be opinionated. See, this is was mine. Oh, I shouldn't be opinionated. People don't want me to speak up. It's people roll their eyes and, talk over the top of me. They're not interested. I should just be more pleasant and nice. But then when you identify it, it's like, oh, there I go again. There I go again. It comes up, and you get to start disappearing it. You get to start moving it out of your space. Just clear it out of your space. I was driving today, and on the road it said, clear the space. And I thought, yeah, absolutely. Always clear the space. Just get that rubbish.
I used to be very opinionated, and then I got told at work that I wasn't feminine enough, and that really stuck with me.
Yeah, that was a concern for me too. Why do you act so blokey? I'm like, I'm not acting blokey. I'm just being me. Yeah, well, it's a bit pushy and aggressive. And I was like,
that's what I was told.
And yet friends, albeit female friends, would say, oh no, you are so feminine and you are not pushy. Don't know where they got off saying that. And then I go back to the other people and they'd be like, no, you're really aggressive. I go, I'm so confused.
Yeah, because men told me that I wasn't feminine enough, and the women just didn't like me because I was too blokey.
Yeah, look, and I get that, because there's something about being opinionated kind of is masculine in a sense, because that's the understanding in the world that when you're outspoken, it's masculine. Mm-hmm. And when you go with the status quo, when you're a good girl and you're nice and you go along with everything and you create harmony, that's feminine. But I want to just throw that preconceived notion out in the bin as well. That's bullshit. It's bullshit. Absolutely. And it doesn't serve us. Mm. There's so much that we just need to throw by the wayside. Yeah. Claire,
it's been a pleasure as always to be in your proximity. I love speaking with you.
Thank you. So this is how you become a fearless speaker. Fearless speaker and a fearless leader wherever you are. And I urge anyone on this call who looks at themselves and says, my leadership could be more, take on everything that I've just said today and become that fearless leader, and you will tap into a whole realm of wisdom that you didn't know you possessed. You will tap into a whole realm of confidence you didn't know was there for you to access, and it's there all the time. So I'm wishing you all to be beautifully, personally confident, whatever that means to you, and just trust when you want to speak up. Speak up. And if someone pushes back, just be in here and go, oh, I can feel myself wanting to shrink. I can feel myself wanting to dim my light, and don't. And you'll know yourself as someone who can face everything and risk. So go speak powerfully. Go
And where
speak.
can people find you, Fer, if they want to work with you, take one of your courses, or just to hear you speak?
Yeah, I'm on Eventbrite. I am at my website, www.shetalks.com.au. Everywhere on social media. I've just published my second co-authored book, so that will be on Amazon and other places and in like local libraries. So yeah, look, if you're not sure if I can assist you or do something for you, just get in contact and we'll have a conversation and we'll have a discovery call and find out. I only take people that I know need what I've got and are ready to really, that are driven to take those steps. So Rose, I've loved being here. You look beautiful.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Yeah, I loved
All
the new
right, I will
haircut.
talk to you very soon. I'm going to get you back on the podcast, because I think what you shared today was perfect.
Yeah, great. All right.
Lovely.
Speak soon.
See you
Bye,
soon.
everyone. Go be
Bye.
powerful. Be fearless leaders. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Fer. Well, that comes to the end of day 3. I hope you have enjoyed the 3 days. I know I have, although I'm quite tired now. It's been, well, I haven't done a lot. I've just been sitting on my butt, but you know, it takes a lot of organisation and a little bit of stress to make sure that everything's running to plan and to time. And we didn't have too many glitches, so I'm really happy about how everything's turned out. Again, I thank all the presenters. I'm so grateful that you've given up your time to present over these 3 days. It's been phenomenal. I've just enjoyed it so much. So keep these dates in mind, the 14th to the 16th of March. That's when the next online global summit will be held for Talking with the Experts. And I thank you for joining me on this journey, and I look forward to seeing you next time. Bye for now.